Check mic 6. Check mic 7.
Love to test. last night. Good morning, DRJ. How's everybody doing? Great? Yes? I agree. Let's give a hand clap. Is everybody enjoying themselves? Yes? All right, so I have a free book to give away before I introduce our next speaker, and I am curious, let's see here. Does anybody know what was the game that was played at Monday night's reception that DRJ hosted? You can't raise your hand. The hatchet toss? What's another word for the hatchet toss? Come on up. Axe throwing. Give him a hand. Give him a hand. This is the book called Crisis Management from Regina Phelps.
All right, thank you. And I was very bad at the end.
Well, we're excited to kick off the last day of DRJ until the spring. For those of you who may not know, the call for papers is currently open. So if you want to submit a talk and be a speaker, whether it's a workshop or something like that for the spring, please go ahead and do that. I believe it's open until sometime in October. So we'll have 3 keynote and general sessions today, and then we will wrap up, and we'll hopefully see all of you in Orlando. So introducing our next speaker, Regina Phelps is an internationally recognized thought leader and expert in the field of crisis management, pandemic, and continuity planning and exercise design. She is the founder of EMS Solutions, and since 1982, EMS Solutions has provided consultation and speaking services to clients in 5 continents. She's a frequent speaker at international continuity conferences and is consistently rated one of the top-rated speakers in her field. She will also be in the foyer doing a book signing after her presentation today. Please help me welcome Regina Phelps on the topic of pandemic impact, use successes or failures to build a better program and career.
Thank you, Vanessa. Woo! So, wow, what a great pleasure to be here live and in person in Phoenix, Arizona for DRJ. It's a great pleasure to be with all of you. As Vanessa said, I'm going to be talking about this concept of really looking at your successes and your failures and really using those to be able to build a more successful program and, frankly, your career. So I have a lot to talk about, so let me just dig right in here if I can. I have one question for you. And when we stop here and reflect here this morning, I want you to think about this. Is it over yet? So I have been a pandemic planner. So in our firm, we've been in practice, this is our 40th year. We started doing pandemic planning in 1997. That's 25 years ago. I've written hundreds of pandemic plans for people all over the world. And the first thing I learned in this pandemic, it's one thing to live it, it's a totally another thing after planning, right? It's not the same at all. And what I realized after 2.5 years, almost 3 years of living through this, that it is brutal beyond belief. Anybody feel that way at all in this room? It's been incredibly difficult, not only personally for many of us, but also for our professions. It's been a time filled with tragic loss for lots of individuals and impacts that are still going to be felt for years to come. My first pandemic speech at a DRJ was in 2003. And I did a speech on the 1918 influenza, and I talked about avian flu at that time, which was, as it is now, ravaging different parts of the world. And the concern is it would drop into being the next influenza pandemic. And as I finished my speech, people said, wow, okay, my evaluation thing. They said, wow, that was really interesting, and that will never, ever happen. And as we all know, those things do. So what I want to do today is I want to talk about what this really means for us. And I really want to talk about a question that may seem a little odd, and that is, how critical is business continuity planning for our industry? I mean, for our companies. And so, how many of us actually used our pandemic plans? How many used our business continuity plans? Okay? How many used your crisis management plans? Okay, you see that I don't know how many people are in this audience, but only about 20% of our audience raised their hands. So the first thing I often do is I know that plans are not necessarily for deployment, but plans are to give you guidance. And many of our folks actually look at this from a different perspective. So work is super different now. I realize that these are my old slides. I don't know what my new slides are. Maybe they could do that in the back, but we'll just live. Oh, I have old slides here and new slides here. How interesting. Okay, so most of our clients didn't use their plans at all. And so when you stop and think about it, they used their BIAs, their crisis management plans, their pandemic plans, but they didn't use their continuity plans at all. And so when you stop and think about that, what does that really mean? So we right now in our globe are facing more crises than I've ever had in my history. So we still have a pandemic. We have avian flu all over the world. We have things such as supply chain disruptions, the Ukraine war and the impact that's had on everyone. We've had ransomware, cyber attacks, inflation, inability to get workers. There are so many crises going on right now. And then there are things that personally I never thought I'd be asked to plan about. Civil war, significant major protests and disruptions in America, as well as a nuclear threat. Now, I've been in practice for 40 years. Never did I expect that I would actually be asked to plan for these things right now. So you might say, my gosh, if there's all of these things going on in the world, we must be, as an industry, being able just to tout, oh my gosh, look at all these threats, things are really bad, and that might be really good for us overall as a profession. But I'm going to argue a different story there. What I've already seen in my client population is this issue related to the bottom line. Now, many of us have a lot going on, but the way we often measure or try to measure our effectiveness is the concept of return on investment. And as you just saw from a show of hands, many people didn't activate their plans. They didn't activate their teams for the largest crisis that's happened globally in 100 years. So if your comment to your manager or to your CEO is, you'll be really happy that you have me and my plans and all of my people, when the bad thing happens, that's not going to be a really good solution for your career nor your program. And this gets to the concept of what I call the bottom line and looking at what's called shifting baselines. Now, shifting baselines are a term that you may not be familiar with, but it's been around since really about the 1995. It came out of the environmental movement. And what it simply is defined as is to say is that this is actually where you have failures that over a course of time, you don't notice them anymore. So what happens is that we become literally immune, if you will. We become complacent, and we don't notice that right now we're having more crises than have ever been recorded. And yet, your managers, your executives may say, well, what have you done lately? Have you pulled out your plans? Have you actually been executing on what you have said you'd be doing when the bad thing happens? And so what I would like to have you think about is think about this idea of how we think of weather, how it's changed, how we think of what's happened in the environment, the conditions of the forests, what's going on in the oceans. It's the same thing. We are now used to this degradation. That is no different than we are now used to having a lot of events happen all the time. So what I want you to think about is that this concept of a shifting baseline really impacts what we do for a living. And I want to peel this back. So if you stop and think about it, when I started my career in this field in 1982, first of all, most of the stuff we do now didn't exist. There was no business continuity planning. There was no crisis communication. There was no crisis management. There was the beginning part of technology recovery and emergency response, and that was it. So, starting early in my career, there started to be more and more and more things happening. So, just a few big items. The first one at the very top of that slide, 1983, that was an earthquake in Kalinga, California. It was on a fault system that was unknown to USGS. It was actually very devastating to the Central Valley, and it was a wake-up call. People got really excited. But then next thing you know, we had Mexico City, and then we had Whittier, and then we had the Bay Area earthquake, and then on and on and on. Hurricanes, same thing. We have them with increased regularity, coupled with other things that are going on in the world. Mass shootings and gun violence in the United States. So it's mind-boggling to me, but between 1982 and 2011, there was only a mass shooting, which is defined as 4 people being killed every 200 days. Between 2011 and 2014, it was now 1 mass shooting every 64 days. In the last 2 years, we have had a mass shooting every single day in America. 4 people or more killed. We don't even notice it anymore. And that's a good example of a shifting baseline. We don't see it anymore. And of course, then we still have wildfires and tornadoes and, the whole laundry list of things. So you might say, well, gosh, this must be a great opportunity for us because there's so much going on. But I'm here to argue that it's actually the reverse. We have become numb to all of these things. And if you haven't activated a plan, if you haven't activated a team, and you only say to your boss, you'll be so happy you have me when the bad thing happens, lots is going on every single day. And you need to think about what is the better way to describe the value that you provide the organization every single day. Have you ever heard about boiling a frog? You know this story? It's actually a fable, really. So how you boil a frog. We work for 2 of the largest aquariums in the United States, and I asked many individuals who work with frogs, okay, is this boiling the frog thing real? And they said, no, frogs are not that stupid. But the theory, of course, is that you put a frog in tepid water, and you put them on the stove in a big pot in kind of a frog jacuzzi, and then you turn up the heat, and it gets hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter, and then eventually the frog boils to death. Okay, well, they're not that stupid. They would have left long ago. But it's a really good analogy to what I'm really talking about. We're kind of cooking like the frog, slowly, and that's what's really happened to us. Our tolerance for crisis, our tolerance for disasters in the United States, and really globally, is unprecedented. And so the frog analogy actually makes a lot of sense. What I want you to be thinking about right now, and when you go back to your offices or to your home office, wherever you're working these days, I want you to ask yourself a really good question, which is this. When your boss says, essentially, what have you done for me lately? I want you to have the best answer about what you are doing every single day. And I would like to really suggest that we shift our view from return on investment to something different. Because when you are asked this dreaded question, what's going to happen is that if you say something like, our plans are really going to help us when the bad thing happens, it's going to save us all this money, then they're going to say, well, when was the last time that happened? And the question might be, well, it hasn't happened. Our average client, and we work in 5 continents with people all over the world, rarely do we have a major activation in any of our clients, year after year after year. It becomes hard to justify a program when it never gets turned on. So what I want to talk about is a little bit about ROI, and I want to contrast that to a different way that you might be able to think about what we all do for a living, because we provide every single day value to the organization. So ROA, if you go by the actual literal definition of this, it simply means that you are basically able to justify your existence because whatever they're investing in you, they're getting more of that back based on some outage that could have occurred. And the question is that the right metric for what we do? And I'm here to argue the fact that I don't think it is. Now, for your career and your program, If you only demonstrate it as essentially on what the cost is on your BIA and the fact that if we have an activation, we will save you all of this money, you're on kind of thin ground. If you've had a serious outage, you can point to that and say, look at what I saved you. But how many of you had a major outage in the last 24 months, 2 years? How many of you? Put up your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of you. I'm here to say that that's not the best way to measure the value you provide every single day. And I'll tell you the worst thing is if you've not had an activation, or worse yet, there was a big issue like the pandemic. Or I'll give you an example. In 1989 in the Bay Area, which is where I live in San Francisco, we had an earthquake, 7.1, good size. 67 people tragically died. There was lots of damage to infrastructure, freeways and utilities and all of that. Every one of my clients activated all their plans, but it wasn't that big a deal. Power was restored really relatively quickly. People were able to get back to the office. And every one of them said to me, like, well, why did we do all this planning? Because it wasn't that big a deal. That was like a big epiphany for me, like, oh, 7.1 earthquake, and it wasn't enough to get them excited. So if you've had an activation, but it wasn't that big a deal, that's not going to help you in trying to build your program nor your career. And that's because what happens is that when you have this shifting baseline, when we get used to these things, our risk appetite grows. So that laundry list of things I showed you earlier, your executives are going through those same things. And they're wondering like, wow, we're having all of that stuff going on, but we're still not having any problems. We're not getting any ROI off our programs. And that's, I think, something that we all need to think about, because this is an increasing risk tolerance in executives and increasing shifting baselines. And we see that in our clients already. So in my perspective, this is probably a fool's errand to use something like ROI to describe something that's really about value. And that's what I really want to talk with you about, is value of what you do every single day. So the effort to utilize an ROI kind of metric is not really helpful. And so business continuity initiatives don't really help us in that regard. So this is kind of what I'm asking for you to all think about, and when you leave here today, is what I'm saying is some real soul searching here about what we do for a living. We provide incredible value every single day, but if you're using the wrong metric, that won't help you. And as the economy continues to tighten, as more and more executives look for how to cost shift or cut costs, and they look down those spreadsheets, they'll go like, what are these people doing, and what have they done for me lately? So what I want you to talk about today is there a better way that you could use a metric to actually show value to your executives when you're trying to build your program and, frankly, build your career? So what's the definition of insanity? You know, kind of doing the same thing over and over again. I'm really asking you to sort of turn your head around a little bit and have a different view of the kind of work that you do and the value that you provide. And the whole point about this is to have you think differently. So I would say to you is that you have the opportunity to shift how you talk about your program and what you do every day with your executives, with all of your senior leadership, and with the people within your program and the work that you do. And so what I want you to think about is, as we go through my conversation with you today, is it possible that you can tie what you do to things such as increased resilience? That's super not a tangibility, but it's really important. It's value. How about a competitive advantage? How about the issue of the fact that what you do can also make for more effective staff training? How about more thoughtful business processes? Because they've thought through these things. That's what I want to talk about. And this is all under the category of value. Not return on investment, but value. Now, I didn't come up with this idea. It's actually called essentially value on investment. So how do you define the value? Not the ROI. How do you find the value of what you do every day in your department, in your groups, for the organization that you work with. So this value on investment was is a concept that came up about 20 years ago by the Gartner Group. And what they were doing is they were trying to find a way for organizations or entities like us to actually be able to demonstrate that putting money in personnel and software and programs and training and exercises, et cetera, really provided value to the organization that was not measurable on a spreadsheet. So this concept of value on investment came from their work. And essentially what it means, how do you demonstrate intangible assets, which is, by the way, a lot of what we do, maybe all of what we do actually, except for maybe technology recovery, is actually all about intangible assets. And that's a totally different conversation than ROI. This is things like knowledge, knowledge transfer. It's the ability for us to be able to collaborate, to recover, to be resilient. Those are intangible things. And the reason that Gartner came up for this is that there's not just us that have to think about this, it's a lot of other entities as well. So this idea of shifting a VOI to a VIO approach instead of an ROI approach is a different mindset. But it allows us to actually create forward-thinking projects and really promoting what we do in a realistic manner. So this allows us to really talk about what do we do? What is the value of organizational resilience? What does that mean for our organization overall? And it ties what you do to things like, for example, increasing employee skills. You have a greatly designed exercise, people are going to walk out of that room. It's not just the fact that you've become more resilient, it's the fact that you literally have now actually expanded people's vision about what they should be thinking about, what they should be planning for, how they should be ready. That's completely intangible, extremely powerful. It allows you to actually think about collaborative planning as an example in many parts of your organization. That's, again, an intangible asset. So this whole idea of a VOI approach is a little bit different than ROI, but it's really powerful. Many of my clients, I give them a homework assignment, and I say, okay, great. I want you to think about all the value you provide every single day to the organization. And people will often send me back the email and say, okay, great, I figured out that we could save this much money, do this. It's like, no, that's not a value. It's still talking about ROI. So I want to talk through this, and I want to give you some suggestions about how you could actually do this in real time in your organization at home. As I mentioned, we're not alone in trying to figure this out. So, for example, the list of entities that you see here is the reason that the Gartner Group came up with this idea. Things like even associations, going to a conference. That is an intangible asset. It's a value. You go to this conference, you become more educated, you meet more people, you network, you find different vendors, you learn more processes. That's not something that can be measured in ROI, but it certainly improves your value and your value to your organization. So that's what I want to peel back here today. And this is actually a really good example. So this is actually a client of ours who actually is a telehealth provider. And they're primarily a telehealth provider for chronic conditions. And at the top, you can see they have literally 4 items in their ROI, right? So, there's co-pays, there's actually this fee for service. But if you look at below the line, just like in an iceberg, 10% above, a lot below. So when you look at what's below, what you see is that there's a lot of things that when somebody buys this service, this telemed chronic health, what they do is they're reducing hospital admissions, so greatly reducing costs and costs of insurance for employers. They're improving people's satisfaction. They're avoiding ED visits. This laundry list of things, those are completely not tangible. You can't tie that to the ROI concept. So this is something I'd like you to think about when you talk about everything that you do, whether it's crisis management, continuity planning, technology recovery. What value do you provide every day? So I think your job in this whole thing is to change the conversation with executives. So in many of my clients, I've been helping coach them to think about how they talk about this differently with their executives instead of having to pull out a spreadsheet and talk about how much money they're going to save them if the bad thing happens. So this is a point of really looking at changing the conversation. To that end, there's about 3 questions that I think you need to dig deep on. We're going to talk about every one of them today. And the first one is really, what is the value your program provides right now? Right now, the value you provide every single day to your organization. The second question is, after you've really looked at that, are there other things that you should be providing that would provide value that you're currently not doing? And then last thing, the most compelling thing that you could ever say to your executive is, I provide this, fill in the blank, value every single day to my organization. That is powerful. So that's what we want to talk about. So your answers when you're actually delivering those questions are going to actually do this kind of mathematical equation. This concept of value on investment is really all about serving organizational resilience, improving organizational resilience. Now, there's a process that we do with some of our clients when they really want to work on this, and I'm going to talk through that a little bit because this might help you get started when you go back. Because if you've ever heard me talk before, one of the tendencies I have to do is to give you a homework assignment at the end, and I'm going to give you actually 3 to think about. Because this only works, you can listen to me talk and go blah, 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 well, that was interesting, but this requires some work on your part to actually make sure that you've actually demonstrated this value. So the first thing I would say to you, to answer this question, what value does my program add to the company? This is the way that we encourage you to think about actually working on this. How many of you are a one-person shop? Only one in your department. So hold up your hand. So maybe 10% of you. Now, you might say, gosh, there's only me. Who am I going to talk to, right? If I'm trying to brainstorm ideas. So even though you might be a one-person shop, I want you to think about who else might be able for you to bring in to actually help you have this kind of conversation. So let me peel back what I'm really suggesting that you do. And that is actually really have a whiteboard session with either the other people in your department, maybe key departments that you work with if you're a one-person shop, maybe audit. If you have continuity coordinators in different departments who actually maintain continuity plans, maybe them. The idea is a whiteboard session is where you get together in a room or virtually online and you have a deep dive conversation about the question is, what value do we provide? Why do you have us? Don't tell me about saving money. What value do you provide? So literally the idea is what I encourage you, and this is literally like a checklist of what you need to do. Establish why you want to actually have this whiteboard session with these colleagues, whoever they might be. Why are we doing this again? We want to demonstrate value. Really set up literally a timeline about how you're going to do this. Give everybody a homework assignment. I want you to bring to this session at least 10 things that you think this program does to provide value to our company. Make sure that you created a good environment for success, whether it's virtual or physical, and that literally what you do is that you brainstorm and you write down every single thing, whether it sounds completely stupid or not. Think of everything that you do that provides value. When we run these, we basically say, okay, great, this is the deal, these are the rules, we're not going to judge anything, throw anything out that makes sense. Really, the idea is to be as general or as specific as you want. The idea that we want to do is that we really want to capture things, we want to look for synergy, we want to build a story about the value of our program. Now you may say, okay, Regina, that sounds really interesting, but I don't have time or whatever, so I'm going to give you 8 things to really think about. These are things right off the top, even though I don't know many of you in this audience, I would bet that most of you have value in this area. So I'm going to talk through each one of these. These are things, by the way, that executives are keenly interested in. So Let's start, first of all, with regulatory compliance. Now, you may say, well, I don't have any regulations that require me to do anything, right? I'm not federally regulated like a financial institution, so this doesn't match for me. Well, there could be ways that it does. So regulatory, contractual compliance. So you might be a vendor for somebody who has a regulatory requirement, like a financial institution, and you must be in concert with the FFIEC Appendix J requirements. That's an easy one. But what about your SLAs? What about the contracts you have with large customers that require you to actually deliver or develop in a certain time frame? And if you have a significant outage, you will not be able to meet the SLA. That's a huge deal. It's also a great selling point about who you are. Even if you're not using, for example, ISO 22301, it's another way that you can use a standard, for example, like 22301, and maybe you're not trying to get certified by the ISO standard, but you're using it as a guide for your program. You can point to that and say, this is what we have built our program around. We aren't certified. Most of our clients aren't. But they use 22301 in all of their governance materials is to build their program around these international standards. So regulatory compliance, SLAs, the idea of having an international or national standard that you use to build your program on. Great value, but not so tangible. The second thing is it can give you actually a great competitive advantage. Your customers, frankly, prefer to do work with somebody that they know are going to be there when the bad thing happens, whatever that is. And just think of the sheer number of companies today that are experiencing cyber attacks, ransomware. They want to know that if that happens to you, you have some plan and process in place. So it's an opportunity for you to have a competitive advantage, and for your sales staff, if you're an organization that is selling something, that they can say, look at what we have. We are highly resilient, and they can really sell to that. So a comprehensive program that includes IT recovery, crisis communications, business continuity, crisis management, emergency response, really make sure that your SLAs are going to get met and that they know that you're going to be there. And your competitors may not be as great as you in that program, and that could be to your advantage as well. The next thing, and this is, by the way, probably one of the executives' most favorite topics, which is brand and reputation protection. We design about 100 exercises I do about every year, and about 75% of them are cyber related, and almost all of those are ransomware. I did a workshop on this yesterday. And every one of my executives, and I ask them, why are we doing this exercise? Why do you want me to do this exercise? It's because they're all concerned about brand and reputation. And they're concerned if something happens to your company, you don't have the response capability, but also then they don't have a good story to talk about that we have a program that would stop this. And so a comprehensive BCM program is going to make sure that your organization is as well protected as possible, understanding, yes, things still happen. But it means that we are a reliable partner. And we are, in that case, going to be more effective, even if the bad thing does happen. And certainly, if you have a great program, from a value perspective, you have a lot better story to say than if we, oh gosh, wasn't ready or didn't plan. That's not going to be very helpful. The next one is risk identification. What do we do? I mean, this is like, BC 101, right? This is what we do. We always do hazard risk vulnerability assessments. We know what our risks are. The advantage of that is that once we understand what our risks are, both physical and tangible and untangible, then what happens is that we can mitigate them. We can prevent something from occurring. That's a huge advantage. And so the idea that it helps you not only with program reliability, enterprise resiliency, certainly helps your insurance coverage on many occasions. So there's lots of opportunities that come out of you in your program doing a good risk assessment. And there's lots of operational changes that will happen. Anything from where your servers are located, if you're in a floodplain, and how you elevate them, and bracing equipment, and on and on and on. So many things that will save money, time, and make your organization overall more resilient. And the thing about this idea of risk identification is it allows us to actually have really risk-based decision making, which is really helpful for the organization and certainly helpful for us from a continuity perspective. Operational improvement. One of the greatest things I find out of really well-designed exercises is there's a huge opportunity for operational improvement. People think they have a plan or a process, some sort of training or something like that, but maybe it doesn't quite work as well as it could, and we discover that in an exercise. So you have the opportunity in a really well-designed business continuity program to actually really look at what are we doing, how does it work, and what can we do to be better. And operational improvement comes through plans, training, exercises, by far. The greatest thing that you can do as a BCM professional is do the best possible exercises you can, because that's how you create the environment of which people have to enact the plans and make the decisions. If you don't do that, then they're sort of like just checking a box, not very helpful. So planning, exercises build awareness, they actually build operational improvements. And think about that when you design those activities, and certainly when you actually develop your after-action reports, which I'll talk about in a second. The next thing is knowledge capture. So what do I mean by that? Does anybody have lots of people retiring right now? Yeah, right? Well, yeah, all those boomers are giving it up. So, well, you know, do you have people in your company, you know, that like know everything? Like one person who knows everything? Like, do you bubble wrap them every night when they go home because you're thinking like, oh my gosh, if this person dies or gets hit by a bus, we're in real trouble? Well, those people, when they leave, when they go out, when they retire or they get another job or something, how do you capture that stuff? Well, ideally, it's within your program, in your plans, in your processes. And many of my clients are having huge numbers of people that are starting to retire, and they have a gigantic problem in how to capture that information. But yet, in your SOPs within a business continuity plan, you can do a lot of that. You can have lots of detail. You can really map this out, and you can capture that knowledge, which is a huge benefit and really important, especially right now. People job hopping, people retiring, so on. So BCM can be a great solution for knowledge capture for your organization. The next one is increased robustness. So what do I mean by that? The processes that you have, when you actually walk through a BCM process with departments and groups, you are actually building really a robust recovery and resilience for the organization. I mean, we know that, but it's one thing you want to be thinking about is that your plans, your processes, they build skills, they increase knowledge, they provide a comfort level for everybody that's engaged in this, and they can actually prevent some problems from even escalating. Why? Because maybe they actually went through a training program with you and they learned when certain things happen what they need to do. Or perhaps there was an exercise that you designed that they actually learned that same kind of thing. Their skill level grew. You were training them. They became more robust and more effective when there's an outage in the organization. And that stops us from having a minor thing turning into a big thing. So it's a huge advantage for us. Lastly is a sense of deeper knowledge. And I'll go back to the example of exercises. And I'll give you one example in particular. So in all the ransomware exercises I've designed in the last 7 years in particular, one of the things that I always do, and anybody that went to my workshop that heard this yesterday knows this, I like to have people crying at the end. Not sobbing necessarily, but just crying is good. Now, what do I mean by that? The worst thing you could ever do in an exercise, a cyber exercise, is to put a bow on it at the end and have it conclude with, you solved the problem. Why is that? Well, if you do that, people walk out of the room and they say, it was bad, it's really bad, but it wasn't that bad. I want them to be sobbing. I want them to be sobbing. And the reason for that is because that's how you give people the experience that inspires them to actually do something different. So when you think about your exercises, think about how you can create experiences that people realize, like, oh my God. So for example, in your current business continuity plans right now, today, how many of you have a section in the business continuity programs by department about what you do when you have a sustained technology outage? Sustained technology outage. Show your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of you. I'm amazed there's even 8. Sustained technology outage, I'm talking about not just your RTOs. I'm talking about nothing. The longest outage we've had of a client with no network is a large pharmaceutical company, well-known story, but 31 days. 31 days with no technology. Yeah, how's that working for you? Your plans should have a really clear deep dive in what do we do when there is no technology. It ain't coming back in your RTO. Because if you don't have that and you get ransomed, that's what's going to happen to you. And you're going to pull out those plans and there's going to be nothing in them that will help you one bit. So an example of deeper knowledge, you design a really good exercise. I would expect that all of a sudden now there is a change in the business continuity plan, and I would expect to see 3 additions. One is, what do you do when there's a sustained technology outage? Secondly, what happens when you actually now have a loss of data? In many ransomware attacks, what will often happen is that you don't get all of your data back. If they have to go to some quarantine backup and maybe you're going to lose 2 days or 3 days or a week or a month, how would you even remotely think about making up that loss of data between what's the stored quarantine backup? How would you do that? And then lastly, the other thing I'd like to see in business continuity plans that I rarely see is how do you actually validate the information, the data, when you get your applications delivered back to you in the databases? Because what if that hacker that might have been in your systems made some changes, moved around commas and periods, changed different things? How would you even remotely go about doing that? That is a huge value for your organization and a huge value for the department that has to think through this. So that is a good example of deep knowledge. And that takes time and effort for you to actually spend some time on. So that's my first homework assignment, is to really answer the question, what value do you provide every single day to the organization? Then what I want you to be thinking about is, now that you've kind of listed all the values that you think that you're providing, are there any things else you should be doing that provides value? You could end up being the most valuable person in a company if you understand how to actually make this work. So that is my second question for you to ask. Once you've listed all the values that you provide every day, then what else could you do? The third question really is, at the end of all of this thinking, is the essentially 1 or 2 sentence elevator speech, depending on how many floors is in your building, how long you might be in the elevator with an executive. When they ask you, what do you do in this organization? You better have the best 1, 2, 3 sentence description of the value you provide every single day. Because that's what you do. But we're not very good as a profession at articulating that. So that's what I really want you to really explore. And then lastly, what I'd like to say is that, we are very unusual as a profession within an organization. We touch so many things. We touch every department. We touch lots of aspects of technology. We manage and deal with the overall crisis response. I mean, other than audit, I don't know anybody else who would know more about a company than you. So you actually have a real opportunity to sell yourself in your program and your career as being that person who has this ability to connect with so many things. Because of who we are, the work that we do, the deep dives that we do, the things that we understand in our work, we have the ability to connect lots of things because we know lots of stuff that other people don't. And we have the ability in that end to actually break down silos within an organization because it's filled with silos usually. And we have the ability to do that because we have this unique contribution to an organization and the incredible value that every one of you in this room provides every single day. And my point to all of you is that we collectively need to really understand that and really build on it. We have the ability to connect the dots. We have the ability to break down silos. And we're like an octopus. Another aquarium example of mine. I love octopus. They're so cool. They have these tentacles that move about and touch everything within a tank. It's what you do every day. And so you're a huge asset in that regard. So my challenge to you is this. If you really want to be successful in your career and certainly in your program, you need to seek to be a person of value. It's all about value and not about return on investment. And the question is, how do you communicate that value and success in your organization? And so what I want you to be thinking about essentially is that there are many different ways that we go about that. And what I want to do is I want to give you two examples of this. There are overt ways that you sell what you do every day, and there's more covert ways that you go about this. So I know you don't think of yourself really as a marketing or a salesperson, but let me just say to you, you need to be. You need to find ways to market and sell what you do in this field every single day. And the more overt ways you might do that might be things like exercises, obviously training. Maybe you have fairs for different events like, October's Cybersecurity Month and September is Preparedness Month. Those kinds of activities where people visibly see what you're doing. But there's a whole nother what I call covert marketing, very effective. So how do you do covert marketing? One of my favorite things is to set up Google Alerts. Does anybody use Google Alerts? I love Google Alerts. It's like, wow, it's the best thing that Mama Google ever invented. Let's say that I have a client, and maybe for you it's your executive, and you know that they are particularly interested in certain topics. Because you've met with them, you've talked with them, you understand what their needs are. That's really important if you're delivering value to know what people care about. And in this particular case, what happens is maybe he or she says to you, well, I'm really interested, in ransomware, and I'm concerned how we're going to respond. I'm really concerned about our rep and brand, blah, 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 blah. So then what I do is I go to Mama Google, and I Google Alerts, and then I get that page put up in front of me, and I put things like ransomware, comma, what kind of industry are you in? Manufacturing, comma. And then I might put either a region, a nation, a state, and then I send it off to Mama Google. Then what happens every day, she sends me a whole list of articles. Now, some of them are really helpful. Some of them might be really great. And then I have the ability to send that information on to somebody who is really interested in this topic. And what I've done is I've then demonstrated, not only did I listen and hear, but I'm providing value about something that they think is really important. So that requires that you're listening and you're finding ways to insert that value whenever you possibly can. Another way is when you actually do an exercise and you've written your great after-action report, Where is that going? How are you making sure that people see it? Really important. A lot of times people write an after your action report, it never goes anywhere. Nobody sees it. It's one of your best marketing tools about what you do for a living, because it shows where the vulnerabilities are and things that you can do to mitigate it in advance. So how do you spread the word about your value once you understand the value that you provide every single day? You need to find, first of all, I would have a list of like, who do I need to really talk to about this on a regular basis in either overt or covert ways? And when any event occurs, the idea is how can you leverage, how can you promote, how can you put out what your organization is benefiting from in the work that you've done. And I want to really emphasize, again, after action reports. Many times in my client population, when they do their own exercises, they write the report, they just file it away. Hopefully, you've got a really good governance program for your business continuity management program, a solid governance program. And in that, it would have a business continuity steering committee comprised of key individuals who would be looking at those after action reports for every exercise that you do. And they actually begin to see what you're doing and how things are changing and improving over time, because you're not only developing this after action report, but literally the task list about how to correct the failures that you found. And if they don't get corrected, your business continuity steering committee has both a carrot and a stick, and they can act accordingly to help make sure that those things get remedied, and therefore making the organization more resilient. I also encourage you that wherever you have the opportunity in your organization to speak, talk about what you do, talk about the value of continuity planning. Most people, frankly, think of this that are not in our field as like just one more thing to check off a box. Why am I doing the exercise? Because I'm required to. Why am I actually updating my continuity plans? Because they make me. They're not so keen, they're not so interested, they're not all over this like we are. How can you continue to support and push out the value that that work does that's happening in those departments? So talk to anybody you can about that. Speak as much as you possibly can. And then really think about, what is your internal marketing plan for promoting what you do? Because you do incredible work. You do great work. You're really important to the organization overall, to every single employee that works there, and every community where your company's located. Because if you can't recover, that business could be gone. So there's a lot of things that you have to talk about that can be very powerful. So as I'm known to do, I really do want to give you a homework assignment, because I can blah, 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 blah all morning up here, but that's not going to help you one bit. And so what I really ask you to do is to actually think about what I've given you today, and really think about how this could actually impact you. And what I really want is you to think about these 3 homework assignments. And the first one really is to pull together some group of people. I mean, you certainly could just do this yourself, but you know, it's not nearly as much fun. It's kind of a little bit like an echo chamber, and you're kind of just talking to yourself, right? So if you get other people involved, and if you're a one-person shop, maybe you could have other people that you work with closely in other departments that might be able to actually have this conversation with you. Or maybe it's people in audit. It could be other individuals. So pull together a bunch of people. Talk about value. Talk about what it means and what you actually are doing within a BCM program. Super, super important. The next thing is, and this is super important, you need an elevator speech. And I will tell you that most people I talk to in our field cannot tell me in 2 sentences what value they provide. They can't, because they don't think that way. We're just doing. You need to have a 2-sentence response that when an executive is in an elevator with you, and they say, hey, what do you do here? That's it, man. That's the elevator speech. I don't know how many floors in the building, but you probably only got 2 or 3 sentences. So every word counts. And you better memorize this and have it someplace where you can remind yourself, because it's really important. You're constantly selling what you do all the time. So an elevator speech, short, concise, about the value you provide. And it better not be, when the bad thing happens, you'll be super happy I'm here. Because then the next question is, when did that happen? And you have not usually much to say. And then lastly, I would really encourage you to start spreading the news about this concept of value. So what I've done, if you're an ACP member, I just wrote an article on this very topic that's going to be on their website. And one of the things I'm encouraging ACP nationally and ACP chapters is to think about this idea and to start brainstorming as groups about value. Because you get a bunch of people together thinking about this, you could build an entire spreadsheet. And that would help all of us as a profession be able to communicate this more effectively. If you have local continuity groups, engage them in this conversation as well. This slide deck will be available on DRJ, and so you can certainly use that. And this speech, I think, is recorded as well for them, so you could actually use that as well. The idea is that we have a unique opportunity to really do things differently. So, I encourage you, please start spreading the news about the idea of value versus return on investment, and know that everyone in this room does incredibly valuable work every single day for organizational resiliency, and what we have to do is find the way to demonstrate it. Thank you very much. I only have a minute.
Are there any questions?
I only have a minute left, so I don't know if I do or not. I'm happy to take any. Oh, okay. Thanks.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Oh, it's on the board, sorry.
Yes.
If I have an example of an effective value statement, actually off the top of my head, I don't have one that's going to come to my mind this moment. But I think it's going back to the idea of overall resiliency. What I focus on normally, overall resiliency, employee awareness, employee safety. Usually that's my categories in those groups. Oh, sorry. How do we convince management that we stay diligent for another pandemic-sized event? That is the challenge, which is the whole point of this speech. People say to me that don't understand our profession, say, oh gosh, Regina, with this pandemic and all the zillion, a billion things I talked about earlier, that you must just be, everybody wants to do what you're doing. And the answer is no. And that's because people are constantly measuring it against a bottom line and an ROI. And could this ever happen again in our life, a pandemic? Oh my God, yes. Are you following the avian flu at all? Oh my God. When you go to Turkey this Thanksgiving, if you eat turkey, there's hardly going to be any turkeys because most of the turkeys in the United States have actually been culled because of avian flu in the Midwest. A good example. And so we could have a pandemic that's already started today. So if you ever want to have like horror pictures at night, there's a great site that I would send you to, although it may depress you, I don't know. It's called promedmail.org. It's an infectious disease site by Harvard. They send me every day these really creepy emails. But on December 31st, in 2019, I got the post about a mysterious respiratory pneumonia in Wuhan, China. There was another post on January 1st, and 2nd, and 3rd. And then on the 4th, I sent out an email to all the people we've ever written a plan for and said, you know that pandemic plan we wrote you? You might want to pull it out, because it's going to happen. That goes back to situational awareness and providing value. How do I recommend effectively communicating on BC topics to our workforce that are working remotely? This is going to be a significant challenge. And one of the things is, have any of you been doing remote exercises? Anybody? I never thought I would actually do a remote exercise in the 100 I do every year, but I've done 175 of them since March of 2020. And we actually perfected what we think is a really great virtual model. I think one of the ways that you can continually have interesting topics is actually do mini exercises and do them virtually. And you could do them on a Zoom platform or Teams. You could have a group of people coming together in a main room, and you could actually then give them some sort of simple scenario. You could send them off, into breakout rooms with observers, and you could actually then have them pull up on their plans, see what's going on. You could do that so easily with not much effort or planning. So I would really encourage you to do that. Okay, thank you.
All right. So Regina will be in the lobby with her book signing, so you guys can catch her there. If you have any comments about the session, please feel free to put that in the Cvent app. And we will have a longer break. We will get started with the next one at 9:30, and you do not want to miss it. So we'll see you back here soon. Hey, sorry about that. I'm human. Our next session starts at 9:15. So please be back in 10 minutes. right. If you guys are in the lobby, you can come on back in. It is 9:17. So our next general session is titled The World's Greatest Microsimulation. I'll introduce our host and moderator, and then he will introduce the rest of today's panel. Marcus Vaughan is a co-founder and chief growth officer at Illuminer, having assisted organizations establish and embed risk and resilience programs for over 15 years. He has an array of experience in working with organizations worldwide across a various amount of industries and sectors. Give a warm welcome to Marcus.
Hey everyone, great to be here. As you've probably picked up, I do have a funny accent, so I apologize for my Australianisms in advance. If I say some words that don't make any sense, just forgive me in advance. Now, we've got a really interesting session today. Before we get into that though, I do want to also introduce, or at least welcome to the stage, none other than the Mr. James Green. James.
Thanks, Marcus. Thanks, everybody. My name is James Green. I am the co-founder of Illuminate Advisory, one of the co-founders of the Resilience Think Tank. And Marcus, I got to start. We got to break script because I have a confession for you. And this is hard for me because, as everyone knows, I'm very quiet. I don't like to share. I'm not active on social media. So this is being up here is freaking me out right now.
Is this a Thursday moment in advance?
It's a Thursday nightmare is what it is. So here's my confession. This week, I have only eaten one Tim Tam. I feel like I've let Australia down.
Yeah, I think you've let your own country down
So
there.
if you have any left, I'm going to try and catch up after the session, but I'm way behind.
Vanessa has a whole tray.
But I saw Vanessa's third piece of luggage today, just full of Tim Tams falling out on the way to checkout, but I'm going to try and catch up.
It's going to be a good day. It's going to
Awesome.
be a good day.
Excellent.
Excellent. Well, welcome everyone. As I mentioned before, this is going to be a slightly different session than you may be used to. You'll probably notice that there's no chairs that we're sitting in for this particular one. We are going to run a microsimulation. Now, this is going to be pretty heavy on participation and engagement because that's what we're all about at Illumina. We are really focused on bringing resilience to life through engagement. And how do we do that? We do that through microsimulations. So I thought, what better chance than to get a bit of energy back into the crowd on our final day of DRJ than to run the world's greatest microsimulation. We have the team from the Guinness Book of World Records in the back looking to take count. I'm joking, of course, but we are looking for you guys to get heavily involved in this. There's a couple of things from a housekeeping perspective we'll need to keep in check with this. We're going to be running some polls. It's essentially how we're going to run the questions or the tasks for you to complete for this microsimulation. So please do make sure you've got your CVent app open. Go to today's session for the greatest microsimulation. Jump in there. You're going to see right at the bottom there is a polls opportunity. So the polls will open up when we get to that point. Please jump in, get your participation. We're going to look at the live results and we'll have a conversation about what it's like to be a resilience professional in an ongoing situation. Also, we're going to run some Q&A, so if you do have questions throughout, please do get that into the Q&A section as well. We will be scrolling through those and getting to what we can as we go through this and have the discussion. But also, we're probably going to ask for a few hands up here and there, and where we can, we'll look for an insight from the crowd. We have a community here. I think it's really important if we've got a lesson that we've learned from our own experience, please do put your hand up if you're willing to throw in your 2 cents about something. We will have some roving mics at some points trying to get to you, so just wave your hand, I'll try and guide them, and we'll get into it. Please do, we're obviously trying to keep things relatively on time, so keep your questions, thoughts down to about 60 seconds or less if you can, so keep very, very brief and to the point.
I have a poll question to start
Yes.
with for the audience. Who here this week has been at the hotel lobby bar when they flick the lights on at 11 o'clock at least once this week? Half of you are liars because that bar's been packed every night.
Yeah.
Not off to a good start. Gotta open up.
Is this how the situation starts unfolding?
This is how situations do unfold, absolutely.
That's right. All right, excellent. Well, we're going to get into the first part of the first microsimulation. So what we might do is get the team to cue the beginning of our first microsimulation.
The CEO of one of America's most trusted brands has found himself in hot water after he controversially downplayed the impact of climate change in an interview on CNN. When asked about his own organization's well-known use of private jets, He responded, "We can all agree that there is a lot of hyperbole on air travel's impact on climate change." This comes only days after the organization's head of sustainability attended a historic meeting between business and Congress in Washington, focused on tackling climate change. In 2021, the organization was identified by ESG analysts as one of the worst polluters in the United States, raising concerns from institutional and retail investors alike, leading to a share price drop of 7%. How the organization responds to this latest gaffe will no doubt be monitored closely by all.
All right, it begins. So, a couple of facts are coming through, or a fact and assumption are coming through in terms of you being involved in this particular situation. Fact number one is, hey, you're at DRJ, fantastic. Unfortunately, your alternate in whatever team that you're based in is sick. Now, there's a second piece there. As far as you understand, you are unaware that the crisis team is yet convened or activated. So, poll question number one, jump into the CVent app, and you're going to see a question there that says, do you have the authority to activate that team? Not necessarily say that you're activating the team, but just do you have the authority to activate the crisis team when this information comes through on your phone? And whilst we're waiting for that, just a quick note on these particular situations that we're unfolding today. These are all based off real life events. So there's nothing here that's actually too far out of left field in terms of reality here, and we'll talk to that in a few minutes. Cool. Okay, we might go for polls and see what our information is. We're going, okay. So, as you can see, 53, and it's changing by the second, and it's zooming in, which is pretty interesting. But we've got 52, 53% saying yes, we can activate that team, and 40%-ish saying we can't, and 7% saying I'm unsure as to whether I can activate that team. So, quick hands up. Who can activate the team from here? Excellent. Now, keep your hands up if the phone number or the access to do that in your phone is there right now. Who could do it literally sitting right now can activate the team? Excellent. So it's pretty much everyone that hasn't. Those that said no, I'll say within one phone call, could you contact the person from today that could activate the team? Anyone who's got a hands up there? So within one phone call, excellent. And comfortable you could do it from your seat right now? Excellent. Okay. 2 phone calls? Capturing anyone else? Yep, a couple of phone calls, we've got it. Excellent. So everyone has access to be able to do that. So I think the big question mark we've got here is, how do we get more people in the room with the ability to activate a team? I mean, what are your thoughts on this, James?
A couple of things. First of all, the 6% of you who said unsure, I'm pretty sure were the people who were at the bar last night. Maybe that's why they're unsure. And to Marcus's point, everything that you guys are going to see today is based on a real event. So a few months ago, the head of ESG for a very large financial institution that I'm not going to name for reasons that'll become apparent was at a conference, was speaking on a stage like this, and said, you know, I don't really believe in ESG. I think it's just a fad. It's not really important. And there was a lot of problems that obviously stemmed from that. I think it's interesting that 40% of people cannot activate the crisis management team. We often see that, and I'm sure, Vanessa, you see that as well, where people are a crisis manager and sit on the crisis management team but don't have activation capabilities. You should have that authority. I always encourage anyone on a crisis management team should have the authority to push the panic button.
Yeah. I remember being in corporate, and when I was a team of one as an individual contributor, I did not have the authority. I was watching a particular company on national long-term negative media coverage, and the company's reputation was being slammed through the mud, and I was updating my business continuity plan. I had no influence, I had no engagement with the leadership team, so I would be curious for the 40%, what are the reasons that you may not have the authority or that support for you to be able to activate that team while you're here?
Yeah, I mean, does anyone want to put their hand up to make a commentary around just the disconnect between activating a team?
There's a comment right here.
Yeah, we've got one down here.
This was our organization.
We got a microphone coming.
this was our organization, it would be more of a notification first. I don't know that that just warrants activation.
So essentially saying not there yet in terms of activation. Got it, cool. Anyone else want to make a comment about getting access? We've got one up the back, the yellow shirt.
Which I actually think Steve makes up a great comment, because if you don't have the authority to activate, is it because it's not a crisis? Like, is there not a need, or do you not have enough information?
So that's great. Really quick, by show of hands, who here, if this happened at their organization yet, we're not at a crisis level yet. It's just a notification for awareness. Yes. So about half. Okay.
So that's actually exactly what I was going to say, which is that if it was a true crisis, then it would be our CEO or COO that actually declared the incident. But if it's gathering people to talk about the fact that this happened and we need to think about it, then yes, as the crisis manager, I could do that.
Okay. So that's an interesting comment, though, isn't it? I mean, the people in this room, we think about crisis and business continuity events and disaster recovery events on a daily basis. I would hope that we're also going to be one of those instigators that are going to be at least prodding the team to say, hey, we might need to stand up, convene one way or the other, whether it be a full activation or not. Might be just getting people together to assess a potential impact. I've got another question, though. I'm interested in people's thoughts here. This is obviously a situation where the CEO is involved. That's a unique situation. Does anyone here have direct access to the chairman of their organisation? Okay, we've got one. A few here, excellent. Interested just to get your comments. Perhaps could we get a microphone down here? Just comments around actually how that's come about and having that relationship with the chairman. Like that is a unique one. There's only a handful of people in the room here that have access to the chairman.
Thanks, Marcus. My experience comes from the book of Never Let a Good Crisis Go to Waste. For context, our CEO is a CMT leader. Our CMT was activated around February 2020 and was active for most of 2020. In August 2020, our CEO was fired for breach of conduct. I was given about 8 hours notice before that would become public. The chairman of the board took the reins of the CEO and chairman, and that's unusual in Australia. Corporate regulators need separation from CEO and chairman. That stayed this way for 90 days until an interim CEO was announced. And during this time, the chairman and I had a former bond and learned a much deeper understanding of the CMT and the operational side of the crisis management team.
So went through a crisis to get on a first name basis. Anyone else want to make a comment around that building just to the front here?
Right here in the middle.
Thanks. So, I mean, I think the other thing is that we have scenarios that we know we're going to need to engage with the chairman. Right? So, and that was one of the specific examples of a conduct event where we may want to do that. So that's why I had the chairman on my phone as well.
Yeah, excellent. So preparation, essentially, to be able to deal with that. That's fantastic. That's exactly what we want to hear. Okay. One more at the back.
Yep.
We might keep moving after that. Getting a workout.
Making Leslie run around is not going to get me off her naughty list. That's all I'm saying.
I just had a question, clarification. You mentioned chairman, and when you say that, I think chairman of the board, which isn't involved in the CMT or any response. So did you mean, and I realize this is kind of a picky little question, but did you mean the CEO or the COO or the president?
So essentially referring to someone who might have to step in over the top of the CEO if we do eventually end up in a situation where the CEO needs to be removed from the situation. To that point before where someone was actually let go.
Yeah, and I do have several clients where the board of directors and the chair is involved in crisis management, specifically when it's something that the CEO has done. So,
cool. All right, we're going to, in the interest of time, we're going to move to the next microsimulation. They're supposed to be micro, so we can't spend too much time on this. Okay, but we might roll to the next one if that's okay, Tim.
More bad press today from one of America's biggest brands as the long-standing CEO delivered a climate change apology that's been branded ingenuine and tone-deaf. Following on from his controversial statement earlier this week regarding air travel and climate change, the CEO today delivered a public apology that placed the onus for climate change innovation to be developed by tomorrow's generation. The company's Facebook and Twitter accounts have been paralyzed by angry customers and employees voicing their disgust at the apology and the lack of leadership shown on this issue. Growing crowds of protesters have also been spotted around the company's major office locations, with calls for the CEO to resign.
All right, it's not getting any better. DRJ keeps rolling and the situation keeps rolling at the exact same time. So 2 pieces of information have now come through. We've got a senior colleague in our communications team who's just let you personally know that they've resigned. Not great. And we've also had a security alert come through informing us that there's a protest that's turned violent outside HQ and at least 1 car is on fire in the immediate vicinity. So we've got a potential people situation going on now as well. So the question that we're going to get you to go into CVent and answer, is would your organisation now assess this to be a crisis? So please do jump into CVent. Interested to see how you respond to that. Hopefully there's a lot of people here into their crisis management plan doing their assessment. That's what I want to see.
Wow, 90%.
Here we go. We're on. Excellent. Okay, so quick hands up. Who here in this room has access to an assessment tool that's been approved by their organisation to assess the crisis on their phone, in their bag, that you can access within the next 3 minutes if I ask you to? Okay, that's lighter than I thought. Okay, interesting. All right, but I'm interested to know. So everyone else here, what's triggered this to get a crisis? Let's talk through. What are the things that have come up from whether it be a category or what are those tripping points that have triggered us to go in to make this a crisis? Anyone want to make their hand go a little higher?
Ooh, I see someone in the back corner. We're bringing a microphone.
We'll get you a mic.
So, James, just as she's about to share.
Yeah.
So, how realistic is it for the head of communications to just resign?
We've seen it happen a lot the last year, honestly. People are getting more vocal at work, which we've seen the last 2 years, especially in the United States, and people are bringing their personal values into the workplace. I think historically people have separated, well, I don't agree with what my company thinks, but this is how I feel at home. And a lot of what's happened in this country over the last 2 years, people are like, no, I'm gonna bring my beliefs into the workplace, and if they don't align, I will leave. And we've seen that quite a bit. We'll touch on that after the question.
I was just going to say it's a reputational risk, and it's also a safety risk with the premises having the car on fire. So I think it would definitely be a crisis.
Yeah, excellent. Anyone else who said it was a crisis want to make, yep, up the back, cool.
The comment back here is there's also a threat to employee safety and to the business since this is happening at HQ. 100%.
100%. Anyone, how many we got? We've got 10% that said no and 2% that said unsure. Anyone from a no, this is not a crisis yet, want to make comment on why this hasn't hit the threshold yet? I mean, anyone interested?
Yeah, while we're waiting on that, what I find interesting is historically the bright line for crisis management is one thing happens where you exceed a threshold. And what we're seeing more and more, and what we're seeing in this microsimulation, you had a brand and reputational issue that probably affects the share price, and that's starting to bubble up as a crisis. But now you have an employee safety issue that's spilling over. You have threat to facilities, so you have these concurrent crises. And what we see a lot of times is maybe one of those three isn't enough to flip the switch to activate your CMT, but are you looking at all 3 or 4 of them compounding, rolling up together to become a bigger issue?
Yeah.
And I think that's actually a great point. How do we put together our threshold for what a crisis is and what a crisis is not? And we actually have a customer in retail. they experienced something similar with protests, not at headquarters, but in their operational facilities. So from a crisis perspective, their operations team really led that. Corporate really didn't have a lot of influence because, again, when you're in retail, the majority of things that happen are in the field, and those teams are so equipped to be able to run those things on their own. But what we did notice is that this particular company did not have a set of what do we define as a crisis and what's not a crisis. So sometimes they would respond and react to things, and although they didn't call it a crisis, there was a lot of reputational risk that they were assuming. So that would be a question that I'm interested in, is how are you all getting to a place where you're establishing what your criteria is for what a crisis is for the company and what's not? Like, is there a 5-step checklist of it has to hit 3 of these 5 or 2 of these 5 in order for this to be a crisis for our company?
And also, for any of these questions or comments, if you're not comfortable being on the microphone, you can submit them through the Q&A, either under your name or anonymously. So,
Absolutely.
There's a comment over here on the left.
So we do have the criteria and the levels and the triggers on all that, but I do think that because this is, you know, the key players that I'm hearing in this are the CEO and comms, they're already on that leadership team, and they may think this is the type of thing we handle through our normal processes, not our crisis processes. And were I to activate the crisis management team, yes, I do have the comms person there. I don't have the CEO there because it is a more, it's cross-functional team with all of the functions represented, but it doesn't, it's not the CEO team, if that makes sense.
yeah, that's very interesting. So how many people here, this would be handled at this point by members inside your company, not maybe formally activating the CMT, but through internal comms or PR? Okay,
Yeah, interesting.
so quite a bit.
Yeah. I think the other question there is, based on those who did say, yes, it's a crisis, given the fact that we're not running on an assessment tool in our pocket right now, how many think you would go through the assessment and still throw it out the window and go, we've got a crisis? How many hands up on that would actually look at the assessment and go, no, there's just too much here? How many people stick to the assessment, and how many people just run because you can feel it? You can feel an avalanche starting to tip.
Yeah, I think, you know, for me, a car on fire at work, I don't care what my threat assessment or my tools say. I'm like, this is a problem.
Yeah.
So
I'd have
this
to
is
agree.
not a typical Wednesday for me.
There's a comment here in the front.
Yeah.
Although I will say, growing up in Detroit, they call those carbacues, but probably not a term that should be in your risk assessments or something you're overly familiar with.
And that could actually be divided up into two different
Teams?
responses, I guess you could say. The CEO issue could be handled by your executive leadership team and the chairman of the board and the board, where the other issues of the safety issues then fall back on the CMT, and you activate for those issues, being the safety issues and the employee safety issues.
Yep. Okay.
So the other question I've got here, we've got a car on fire outside the HQ. That's, to your point before, that's a people safety issue straight up. How many people in this room can essentially get the notification out around, you know, whether it's, hey, steer clear, essentially an emergency notification to the rest of the team? Who here has the delegated authority to send out the notification? Yep, that's a lot. Okay, not everyone though, not everyone. And who here has the phone number to the person that has the delegated authority, if it's not you? Good, well, it's covering off most of us, that's good. Okay, all right, excellent. Anything else you guys want to cover off on that one in particular? James?
No, let's roll on. Let's see what you
keep
got
rolling.
next,
All right.
Marcus.
Microsimulation 3, please.
Further turmoil today for one of America's largest companies, as the organization continues to reel after the CEO's very public climate change apology disaster. With the CEO refusing to comment further on his poorly received apology, employees and customers are reportedly leaving in droves. While still unconfirmed, some reports indicate up to 10,000 workers have resigned in the last 24 hours alone. With other major brands publicly distancing themselves from the company, analysts have scalded the company's response, sending its share price plummeting by 18% in the past 3 days. Only time will tell as to whether the board will step in to take action on the future of this once darling of corporate America.
It's a lot of people.
Just
That's a lot of people.
Keeps getting better and better. So, we've got a few new facts coming through. HR has confirmed that 20% of the workforce has now resigned. That's a problem. And we've just had an email from a senior, this is an Australianism, commercial MD, we'll call it an SVP to translate, states that 3 of the organisation's largest customers are now withdrawing their business. So we've got some real impacts starting to kick in. So the question is, can you identify and report on these impacts in the next 20 minutes? So you've gotten the phone call. I need to understand what is going on. And right now, right here, sitting in your chair, in the next 20 minutes, have you got the data you need to be able to report on the impacts?
So while people are answering that, we had a question in the Q&A when we asked about the threshold of, is this a crisis? And this is so true. This person put, it totally depends. For example, if tear gas and rubber bullets are being used on protesters in Seattle, that's going to meet our threshold for a crisis. If it's happening in Bogota, that's a Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah.
So fair point.
Context is everything.
But context is everything.
So quick question before we look at the poll. So as we were prepping, you talked about, so my comment was, is this really realistic that 20% of people would resign? And you gave me a real world scenario when that happened.
So Vanessa loves challenging me, which I love, about, it's not realistic that you're gonna have to pull data in 20 minutes. But it's been my experience, and it's probably most yours, when a crisis happens at our organization, you get that call from an executive that says, hey, you need to be in the CEO's office, or you need to be on the Zoom call in 20 minutes. And they expect you to have the answers to everything. If you just roll in there and say, I don't really have time to pull anything together, you're not gonna be invited back into those rooms again. Like, that's probably what's referred to as a resume generating event. So.
Just no pressure.
Just throwing out all kinds of things for you
No pressure
today.
column B at all. So a quick show of hands. Who's had the phone call? Who's had the 20-minute phone call? You got 20 minutes, need to understand what's going on. Jason in the middle there. Yep, not surprised. Yeah, okay.
And that happens in our business. In Marcus's session on Sunday, we were talking about ransomware, and somebody in the back of the room said, we'll probably get hit by ransomware today. And 20 minutes later, they got a call, those 2 employees got a call from their boss on a Sunday afternoon at 4:30, which probably was not about the US Open or what you barbecued today. It was they got pulled into an incident right there.
They probably had 20 minutes.
They probably had 20 minutes.
At best.
No time in the lazy river. For that.
There's no time in the lazy river. How realistic, we're going to jump into the poll in a second, how realistic is it to lose that percentage of employees? Because that's a big operational impact, right?
Yeah, so again, this is based on a real life example that we found. There's once again, I can't use their name, but a very trendy company that has a very confusing tech stack that an old guy like me doesn't understand, tons of VC money, and at some point in the last 6 months, their CEO said, your personal life is your personal life, and your professional life is your professional life. So we're done talking about politics or any social issues at work. You're here to work, I pay you to work, I don't care what's happening in the world. And within 8 hours, 3 of the 5 C-level quit, and within 1 week, half the employees walked out. So it seems egregious and it seems unrealistic, but it is happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, what I also like that you mentioned a few minutes ago is this generation, the current workforce that's in the labor market, cares about social issues, they care about their values, and an organization who's inconsistently showing that, whether it's leadership or some other person, this is the way that this generation is responding. They are leaving, they're quietly quitting and just walking out. And I think also coming from a pandemic the past 2 or 3 years, I mean, 20% leaving, that's pretty significant.
Yeah, 100%.
See, so Gen Z quietly quitting, Gen X just rage quitting, is how we were raised. I'd love to hear in the Q&A, and you can do this anonymously, for those of you who can't pull together any data in 20 minutes, and you have to walk in with a senior executive, what are you saying at that meeting? I'd love to hear from some people, and you can totally do that anonymously.
Correct.
If you'd like.
And whilst we're doing that, I'm really interested to hear from the people that can pull it together. So who here is happy to put their hand up and just tell us 30 to 60 seconds on their strategy of doing that? Excellent, here we go.
I look at it this way. You have a global operation. You're looking at different time zones. You're looking at different facilities. You're talking to your operation and site managers. To try to get this done in 20 minutes, I will say it's darn near impossible. But what you go in the meeting is your plan, what's happening, where you're at, and how you're laying at, and you're trying to forecast what other groups you're working with. If you're working with security, HNS, if you're working with the rest of the operations team. But to have a full answer in 20 minutes for a large company, no way.
Yeah. Can I ask a follow-up question? So it sounds like, and let me know if you agree, would you be facilitating, orchestrating, you know the people to call to get the answer, but you may not have the complete answer within 20 minutes?
Correct.
So here we've got an example in the Q&A of where things are time sensitive. So this person put, we had a bomb threat emailed to the CEO, and we had less than 5 minutes to act on it. So we do sometimes face, life safety and emergency situations where we don't even have 20 minutes. There's also another great question in here I'd love to hear by show of hands. This person said, I would be curious to know how many people in the room are not part of the CMT at their organization, but feel they should be.
That's a great question. Yeah, so show of hands. If you're not a part of the CMT, but you think you should be.
Okay.
It's a few of us. Okay. Anybody open to share why you feel like you're not a part of the CMT? Or you can put it anonymously in the chat.
We like anonymous here. Anonymous is good.
I see a hand in the back in the white shirt.
Yeah, one person in the back, thank you. We don't want to get anyone in trouble, but it's always good to share.
Our crisis management team is CEO and our communications team, and that's it, and they fall under the umbrella of business continuity.
Interesting. And no connection to bridge into that team in terms of providing that information though? Yep.
I have a bridge into the team because they fall under our program, but I'm not directly on the team.
Gotcha. Okay, understood.
So that was your question.
There's a comment over here. Lisa?
Yeah, and that's really interesting. We've seen a lot of organizations where the crisis management team is just the CEO and 2 and 3 of their lackeys, honestly. But what happens when one of those people creates the crisis? Organizations also often don't have a mechanism to work around that.
Yeah.
And I would just say in some organizations, the business continuity is just considered part of the pre-planning and not necessarily part of the actual activation until it gets to that point where we're talking about RTOs and things like that. I think for some professionals or some organizations, they may have a very dedicated crisis management team, even a dedicated incident management team, and then once it escalates, then you start to be a part of it, but in the pre-planning, you're a partner to the crisis management team and not necessarily part of the actual nitty-gritty of stuff, which I like to sleep, so I like that too. So
that's a good point. How many people in the room are part of planning at their organization, BC planning, resilience planning? And how many people are part of activation?
Yeah, that's good.
Vanessa, you were telling us a great story last night at the bar that I said I wouldn't bring up, so I'll bring up.
You didn't have to talk about the bar.
I was drinking water. This is why I remember.
Right before the lights went on.
Just double complete shade.
Would you mind sharing the story you were telling about when there was something happening in your organization, but you were typing up a plan? Because I think that's a great example of planning versus activation versus how's that look?
Yeah, that's a great point. I kind of started with that story, but at a former retail company, they were working with a vendor who landed the big box retailer on the news, and this particular company had a set of criteria of what was defined as a crisis. So national long-term negative media coverage, which had to be CNN, ABC at the 8 o'clock hour. They had over 1,500 stores, so I think they had something like if it impacts 500 stores at one time, which means if it's 499, it doesn't apply. And they had a whole list of criteria. So I recall one day, I was a team of one on business continuity and crisis management. I had a director, and then she reported to the senior vice president of enterprise risk. And my director and my SVP really were not experts and did not know much at all about crisis management or BC, but they were the ones who helped with the activation and some of the programming behind the program, while my role was to be a specialist. So in that scenario, yeah, I was watching them on the news, reputation not going well, but I had no interaction, no involvement in the activation of that CMT. I probably asked the question of, hey, are we gonna activate them? And if so, what are we gonna get them to do and when are we gonna do it? But I didn't have the ability to help activate that team.
Nice. We're starting to get a lot of chatter in the Q&A now. There's one that's anonymous. This has got to be a fellow Gen Xer because there's a lot of anger, which I love. Says, my response would be, unfortunately, with the budget we have, and given that you've rejected all of our proposals, we cannot give you what you need. We can give you how it will go down, and we can definitely tell you what will be impacted for sure. There's
I feel like you wrote that.
Beautiful level of, that's somebody there wore flannel in the 90s there. Thank you very much. That one makes me happy.
So another really good comment here. Teams are constantly adjusting employees on duty to meet federal staffing requirements. We would identify the 20% and adjust operations immediately. So that's quite incredible. That's clearly someone who knows their data very well. And I'm interested in that. There was a lot of people that said, yeah, I've got the data. Is anyone willing to share how they've got the data so quickly? Because this is where we move from lots of data to really strong insights. And people that have insights, we've got one up in the back, yellow shirt.
While we're getting to that, Andrew Ziegler said maybe we would not be able to identify all of the impacts and probably not the long-term impacts, but we would be able to start to categorize and list the impacts that we are aware of and what we plan to do.
Correct. Okay.
So for our organization, we actually list in our business impact analysis all of our HR resources and critical staff that would be linked to anything that is a critical function or service. And we can really quickly pull up dashboards and reports on who they are and where they are, so that you can then say, if we've lost certain percentages of people, we can show where the impact is. And we also do pandemic poker exercises, which would show us like absenteeism rates of 20, 50, and 60%. So we can pull that information together fairly quickly for our organization.
And who here would be relying on various different business owners or unit managers to gather that data really quickly? And I appreciate that's a tricky thing to do in 20,
Well, I feel like all of us, because, I mean, from my perspective, and you guys are free to, disagree, but our role is to not recover the business. That's their job. We're helping them to facilitate and to help them with the resources so that they can, right? But I would imagine that your stakeholders are the ones that you're coaching and you're helping them to get through it. But also in this scenario, from my perspective, I don't see a business impact. I could be wrong. Maybe it's downstream. I see more of a reputational risk.
Yeah, 100%.
Anybody else have a different perspective? I see a comment from Lisa. And one in the back, too.
While we're getting to that, someone put, if the 20-minute deadline is not met, I would highlight the immediate threats and ask for another 10 minutes. And then in the after-action review, I would highlight the missed deadline and raise the importance of more resources to ensure it didn't happen again.
Get that budget up. That's the time.
That's right.
Yes, I just want to say, yes, it is definitely a brand and reputational issue, but it would be a business impact if you have 20% of people leaving. I mean, there's no one to do the work. So it would be a lot. It would be a lot. I mean, can you see a CEO taking customer service calls? I don't think so. So, so that would be concerning.
So I'm interested in the data while we're getting to the next question, on the next comment there. If we're able, the people that are able to access that data, how fresh is that data? When was the last time, anyone here that's has up-to-date BIA information within the last month? Because I know my organization's changing pretty rapidly. I know there's a lot of organizations in this room that are changing pretty rapidly. Who's got live BIA data that's under 30 days old? Hands up. 1, 2, 3. Some of it? 4? Some of it. Got a few some of it's. Excellent. So
I worked with an organization a few months ago, and in their plans, they had people's BlackBerry numbers. Yep. That's how old their plans were.
Yep.
You know there's BlackBerry here, right?
Yes. I'm just saying, if you have BlackBerry BBMs in your BCPs, they might be a little stale.
BlackBerry might be upset about that comment.
Well, we can talk about that another time.
All right.
Probably back on the naughty list for me.
Do we get that microphone out?
Comment back here?
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
Excellent. No, but I think that's a really important point. I mean, how quickly are our organizations changing versus how quickly is the data going out of date, and how are we trying to get that information back from people really quickly? Back to the point, we're relying on the business to be able to tell us what's going on. When was the last time we put them through this type of situation to look at a 20% walkout in their division? What does that mean? Have we actually activated that team in the last 6 to 12 months under this type of scenario? I'm really interested. I mean, has anyone actually simulated this type of scenario in the last 12 months? Or something very similar? We've got, yeah, one, excellent. The one that has the data, which is very good. That's it. Okay. That's all about microsimulations. We're going to do a quick post-incident review. So we're going to do a debrief. So now that you know what's happened, it started as something very mild, which a lot of people considered as, hey, that's just a BAU issue and probably blow over, to full-blown crisis where we've got a 20% walkout, operational impacts. I'm worried about the head of comms going out because I don't want that job. So what would we do differently now that we've gone through this situation? Anyone want to make a comment around how they would change their response based on what they've seen?
Yeah, brand and reputation events are tricky, right? Because there's not a bright line. There was a burst water pipe, there was a tornado, these scenarios that we traditionally face when we know, okay, problem, not problem. What we see a lot of times with brand and reputation is things bubble and they're tiny and they're off the radar, and then all of a sudden you're at the top of the news cycle for 3 days and you're playing catch up.
So that takes me to a question. How many of you have simulations where you're practicing a scenario similar to this where the C-suite messed up? How many of you are giving them these types of scenarios to make them look at them? Not a lot of hands. I'd be interested if anybody wants to share anonymously or raise their hand. What's driving the types of exercises that you're doing? And if you all see that there might be a need to test your organization's leadership response to a reputation event. Comment over there.
Follow.
Our primary scenarios this year have been ransomware related, just trying to get that awareness up. Early in the year, we actually had a lot of resistance to it, but as we've gone along, we've reinvented the scenario and it's actually started to hit home more. So, but I do like this. This would be a good one just to have that upper management. What if one of us goes sideways? That would be really interesting to see how they reacted.
Yeah.
Isn't that what often happens though, when everyone in this room years ago, when we started talking about what happens if there's an active shooter, management didn't want to talk about that, and then it became everything. And then last year we started talking about, well, what if there's ransomware? And to your point, people didn't want to talk about that. And now we're looking at what if you have a brand or reputation issue, and when enough of them happen, then people want to talk about it.
Comment? Nope, okay.
Okay. Who here thinks they should have a direct line to the chairman after seeing this situation? We're looking at a post-incident review here. Who thinks the CEO is Cactus? Well, yeah, surprise, surprise. First name basis, Jason. Anyone else think they should be looking to that chairman at this point in time? And would they want that direct line? No?
Yeah, that's not a lever you should pull often.
No.
Right? But certainly, if your organization has an issue or a crisis created by the CEO, unless you have to have communication paths around that in those scenarios, they're when we look at from a BIA perspective, right? They're unrealistic, but when they happen, there's a huge impact.
Yep.
And if you don't have any communication above the CEO, especially in public companies, your board has to answer for things that are happening.
There's a comment that says, in the post-COVID world, we have much better processes to evaluate the impact of staffing issues in near real time. That's awesome.
It is good.
Yeah.
It is good. I think this, the question I come down to is just how quickly, I mean, how many times have we activated the team to be able to pull that data again, so you can start getting those inputs. I think you're right. I think the HR piece of things is probably a lot better than what it used to be, no doubt. Absolutely no doubt. I guess the big question mark I've got is just, do we need to run this type of scenario with more business units, even if it's just a 20% walkout based on our reputation issues, so we can get that data much faster?
So we've got some good comments here coming in for the after action review. Alice said that the general counsel and outside legal would get involved, and Jody said that we should revisit the communication plan and schedule a training and awareness based on lessons learned.
Absolutely.
From the event.
I'd extend that. Let's take, for instance, we've lost our head of communications. How many people are running that across their alternate? Question mark. Just lost.
This is another interesting comment. Our BC plans are for critical programs and processes, not CEOs, so shows how critical they are to the business.
Love that cynicism.
That's true.
Love that.
They are not the most important.
That,
Despite
very
what they may
exciting.
believe.
What do we got? The initial situation of reports, CMT briefings, usually broken into three streams. One, what do we know? What we don't know? And what are we doing next? Yeah, it's a great comment, Jason.
Yeah, great comment, Jason.
This is an interesting one. So it could cause a risk to make leadership believe all the impacts have been identified. It could give them a false sense of security. So that's an interesting one. I'm interested in the show of hands here. Who here has put information in front of a C-suite or an exec team that may be a little bit softer on what the harder reality actually is, whether that's in a preparedness or whether that's in a real life scenario? Anyone who's softening that information? Yep, we've got one. Okay.
Yeah, and that happens. Sometimes you get information, it's not the right information, or sometimes the information changes.
Yeah.
And in a crisis, that's going to happen, and that's okay. People need to make decisions based on the best information they have available at that point. But hopefully the best information you have available changes over time.
So CMT is CEO and business unit presidents are not preparedness planners. I think that's a very fair comment. I think that's probably obviously what we're here to do is to open their eyes to situations like these. We don't have a lot of ELT support for the program yet, so wouldn't be using a scenario with them going off the rails. Okay, I'll just challenge that for a second, actually. So in my experience, having dealt with a lot of relatively immature organizations that are standing up a program for the first time, I would just advocate to maybe rethink that strategy. Maybe not this particular scenario, but don't be afraid to dial it up. My experience, we've certainly seen a lot of light bulb moments going on with a CMT, which includes the exec team, when they have their first crisis or business continuity management program, where you are dialing up the impacts in a real life scenario. And they don't always like it, but I've never had a room that has not sat around and at the end of that said, we need to do more of this.
Well, that's an interesting comment. I worked with the Fortune 200 company, Fortune 100 company, I think, and they were 50 plus years old. And at the time of my hire, they had never had business continuity or crisis management. So it took 2 years for them to agree to doing an active shooter scenario. After one of the chief security officers, this person was security detail for previous presidents. And he encouraged them and showed them, hey, we have threats, we have concerns, our workforce is not protected, the campus is completely open, and they were not open to hearing from a former federal agent. 2 years to convince them. So I can understand that comment of what it takes to kind of build that relationship and get them to commit to it. But what I have seen that has worked well in the past is the partnership with corporate security, cybersecurity teams who are the other stakeholders in the business that might be able to help us to achieve the goals that we're trying to get accomplished, which is really to help the leadership team take you out of your comfort zone, which is what a training and exercise does, and helps you think about what you're going to do and how you're going to show up and how our reputation may be impacted, but what do we do as a company?
So using influence to influence.
Influence to influence.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Yeah, and that's really tough, right? We all face that in our profession. Sometimes you're pushing that rock up the hill by yourself, and you need help, and finding help through security or EH&S or legal or other aspects of risk is sometimes a great way to get those discussions going.
Yeah. This interesting comment. So in the UK financial services sector, senior management have regulatory accountability with a specific focus on conduct. This is why we have these types of scenarios in our testing suite. So there you go. Regulation pushing in the right direction, which is nice.
I know you're a big fan of regulation, so you'll be happy to hear that.
I never throw regulation under the bus.
So Andy also asked a great question. Was there a solid succession plan in place for the CEO, director of comms, and other critical employees who quit? By show of hands, how many of you all have leadership teams that have a defined succession plan on paper?
Nice.
Okay, a few of us, not a lot of us.
And if not, do you see that as a business continuity risk? We often look at one of the risks of business continuity is people.
See head nodding. Definitely a BC risk.
Yeah.
Continuity of people.
Yeah, but it's not something that's often addressed.
No,
that
they often don't want to do that. Oh, I don't want to plan for the backup.
Yeah.
I am the guy. I am the gal.
I'm never retiring, never leaving.
That's a critical point of failure, but anyway. Okay, well, hey, we're counting down on time now, so what I might do is, if there's any final questions, please do throw them through, but I mean, James, Vanessa, any final thoughts or comments from you, any takeaways you'd want the audience to have a think about now that we've gone through 3 micro simulations of a snowballing issue?
More Tim Tams, less wine, probably helps defer any crisis. No, but, you know, I think what we've talked about today kind of ties back to a lot of what we've seen on the stage over the last few days, looking at engagement. And that seems to be a word that we use often, and I hate using it myself, so I'm already mad at myself that it came out of my mouth. But it does go back to, if you do or don't have access to the crisis management team, if you're a part of the team or not part of that team, if you have the authority to activate that team or not, if you have the authority to make phone calls or not, it typically goes back to, how does your organization view you, and how does your organization view the function and program that you lead?
Yeah. My only comment is just, I view this as what's being done today on this stage could be done within your own programs. So sometimes I meet team members who say, I don't have time to do training and exercises. Well, what happens if I just schedule a 15-minute meeting and I ask you one question and give you one scenario? Right? So we don't always have to do the 2-hour drill, the 4-hour drill, the whole day thing. We can literally schedule a 20-minute meeting, and I have seen that work well in large multinational companies as well as mid-sized companies. Pull in a small group of people, and what's the one thing I want you to focus on with the time that we have? So I appreciated the truncated size of this microsimulation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I'll kind of taper off on that point. I mean, the whole point of microsimulations are around that engagement. So it is getting that 15 to 20 minutes in the diary. So, hey, let's go down to a customer service team and tell them they've lost 20% of their staff and just see what that looks like. What's the data telling us around the impacts to the business? Or it could be having that conversation with the C-suite and saying, hey, we've got a CEO brand reputation on fire situation. What are we doing here? How quickly do we actually bring the chairman in? Again, small bite-sized chunks to build engagement, activate the organisation at all levels, and really just so we're feeling a lot more comfortable and confident on game day. But without further ado, James, Vanessa, thank you very much. And thanks everyone for your engagement today. Cheers.
Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. So our next general session is scheduled to begin at 10:45. And I am looking at Bob Arnold. So we have quite a bit of a break. If we want to keep that, yes, Bob? Thumbs up. We'll start at 10:45, or would you like to get started a little bit sooner? I'm sorry. Yes, Bob Arnold, I'm looking at you. Okay, well, regardless, we're going to go on a break, and I'll make an announcement when the next one will start. We're currently scheduled per the agenda at 10:45, so we'll see you back shortly. Okay, so we're going to come back at 10:45, 10:45, 10:45. 30 minutes, come back at 10:45. Okay, good morning. We are back for our final town hall. So if you're in the lobby, please come on in. Feel free to come make your way up to the front. We won't bite, we promise. We're super excited to have this town hall panel titled The Evolution of Resilience. In this panel, our subject matter experts will sit down for a final discussion and talk about the highlights over the past 4 days while exploring the evolution of resilience in today's changing world. These are ideas that everyone will be able to take home and implement to make your organization more resilient, but more importantly, we also want to share some things that are forward-thinking to help you and your programs to be able to think about different things. So I will be calling to the stage my lovely co-panelists, Ann Pickren from OnSolve, David Halford from Fusion Risk Management, and Lynn Guddemi from Kyndryl. Give them a warm round of applause. Awesome.
All right.
Whew, these chairs are comfortable. Oh.
I get lost in these chairs.
You get a little lost. So let's start out. Let's start out with some introductions. Ladies first. Ann, can you introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. My name is Ann Pickren. I am the Chief Customer Officer at OnSolve, which means I have the privilege of doing everything customer. So that means I love to talk and hear a lot, and you'll hear some of my insights from the conference. So I've been in the industry, just to do this quickly, over 30 years, so I don't say anything more than that about it, and had a lot of opportunity to just become a passion for what we all do.
Hey, and I'm David Halford. I'm VP of Continuity Solutions for Fusion Risk Management. What that means is I'm responsible for our product and the product solution set that we provide in the continuity space. Like Ann, I have been in the industry 30-something years, and quite frankly, her and I have run into each other many times through the years, so we could tell stories on each other, so I'll be a little bit careful with that, right? And I'm enjoying being here. I've got my primary background in this world of continuity is as a practitioner, so I've had the opportunity to be on multiple sides of the table, if you will, as a consultant and as a practitioner, and as I mentioned, now I'm responsible for a product with Fusion. So love to be here. Thank you.
Awesome.
Sure. So good morning, everybody. My name is Len Guddemi. I manage sales for North America for Kyndryl's security and resiliency practice. Like Ann and David, I have close to 30 years of experience in this space. Pretty much about 15 years in the operations side of the business, running data centers while I was at Comdisco and SunGard, and then about 15 years on the sales side. Some people said I moved to the dark side when I moved over to sales from operations. So, but I used to work with Ann back in the days at Comdisco. So my responsibilities, from a sales perspective, and my talk today will be from the lens of a sales leader of what I see in the industry and from the evolution of resiliency. But my responsibility is really about the entire portfolio from a security and resiliency perspective from Kyndryl. So thank you.
Awesome. So as we get into the panel today, we definitely want to hear from you. So I have about 5 or 6 questions, but go ahead and if you have questions, you can put them in the chat. But we'll go ahead and get started. So as we prepped for today's conversation, we started to notice a few themes since we've been here the past four days. One theme is that there's a changing risk horizon, and we'll get into kind of what that means, but there's a lot of change that we see within different organizations. The second thing that we notice as a theme is professional development within the business continuity and resilience profession, and the need for some of that to continue to mature, and preferably at a more rapid pace. The third thing that we've noticed is culture and diversity and inclusion, so we'll get into that as well. And then the fourth piece that we've also noticed is the impact of organizational resilience on business continuity professionals. So with that, I'm gonna kick it over to a first question, and any one of you can feel free to answer it. How would you describe the evolution of resilience to date?
I guess I'll jump in. It's so I think the primary thing. There's several points I could probably make regarding this evolution. The first one is in fact the shift from I'll call it the operational view of the way a traditional continuity practitioner thinks, and the shifting of that to the strategic and to the executive view. So what that does obviously is changes the focus that we have. You can see it, in my opinion, you can see it a little bit in the microsimulations that we did earlier, and some of the answers, some of the questions, some of the interaction. My observation is that there's different places that we are from an organization, and so that landscape is shifting. That landscape of what you're responsible for and what the purview is that you got to think of is shifting quite a bit. I won't go into the other ones that much because I think we're going to be asking the questions, but Vanessa really hit on all of all of those are making us think differently about those key points that Vanessa pointed out. They're making us think differently about the way we operate and function in the resilience space.
Yeah, I looked over to Vanessa. Thank you. David, supporting that, there's so many things we'll get to talk about, but one of the things I've really seen, and I'll say it's been post-COVID more than any time, is the focus used to be in the days gone by, and many days gone by, as you heard from those of us that are up here, and that is, we used to focus on the plan. It was the plan, and doing the BIA, and just our technology and terminology in our profession. And I think what I see, and I've seen recently in the past DRJs, is people are talking much more about how we fit in the organization, the value we bring. You heard Regina talk about that this morning, and understanding our role is far more significant in everything we do day to day in the world of resilience. And I've seen people catching that mindset a lot more than years before.
Yeah. Lynn?
So in my conversations with customers, and what I'm seeing about the evolution of resilience is kind of the convergence of security and resiliency coming together. And so what do I mean about that? So a lot of organizations are measured by, or they're looked at from a NIST framework, and I'm assuming everybody knows what the NIST framework is. So identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. And you as professionals within your organization, I think organizations have to understand, and what I'm seeing is that there's a heightened awareness of cyber, and we're all focused, for years we've always been focused on DR. DR and cyber are totally different. They're one, you have to look at it from, DR is more site outage, methodical, technology-driven, RTO, RPO to a business process, where cyber is more surgical. And I think the mindset you have to have in an organization is that they are totally separate. You can't think of recovering from a cyber event rapidly. I've had conversations with customers about, well, I want to recover rapidly from a cyber event. Well, what does that mean? Define rapidly. And the thing is that you have to have the expectation that recovering from an event, from a cyber attack, could be hours, could be days, could even be weeks, versus the mindset of from a DR event where you have a specific recovery time, recovery point objective, recovering. So from the evolution of resiliency, I think security and resiliency are coming together, merging together, the convergence, because you have folks within the security organizations that are protecting the perimeter, from zero trust framework to identity and access management to all of those, capabilities, but the respond and recover aspect needs to also be looked at too from a process perspective. So that's what I seeing from the evolution of resilience.
Yeah, okay. Well, you hit on a key word, which brings me to my next question. With an evolving risk landscape, to include things like the war on Ukraine, the overturning of Roe versus Wade, geopolitical politics, cybersecurity threats, and the like, there's a lot happening around the world. I think we can all say that. Mm-hmm. And what's happening politically is affecting businesses. So, question for you, Ann, I'll start with you. How are you seeing this show up with clients? Like, are they having meetings about it? Are they talking about some of the laws, some of the policy, some of the things that are happening that, things that may not have historically been a boardroom or C-suite conversation. Do you see that changing now?
I absolutely see that changing, and I've even seen it with the individuals who've come by and talked with us in our booth while we're here this week, is they are more concerned about a totally different set of risk than they ever thought about before. And to the point of looking at how it impacts your organization, because the polarization that is happening in the world we live in, and the constant threat that just pops, but it comes all the way down to the micro side of our organization and what's internal. And with all of the, individual ability to feel different ways about different things and state your opinion, it really is presenting us with a whole new set of risk that can start bubbling from inside our organization or our community, and not even be aware of what's happening globally or in our nation as a whole.
Okay. So just by a show of hands, how many of you guys your organizations are having these conversations about politics, what's going on geopolitically, what's going on in Ukraine, Roe versus Wade? Perfect. Okay. Sir?
Yeah,
David?
thank you. That's a really great segue because, the things that are these kind of activities, there's many times and through the years, the companies would essentially say, I think someone earlier mentioned this, let's leave the politics stuff over here and let's just, it's okay for you to think the way you want to think, but don't, in the business, in the workplace, let's kind of stay neutral. And reality is that's not reasonable anymore. It's not reasonable to think like that, and that the need to address and understand, and I'll tilt it a little bit, is that as a resiliency and as a company, the concept of actually needing to recognize people's feelings, thoughts, concerns. I think yesterday Sarah mentioned some things around people and safety at work. So the concept that that an employee would quit because they didn't feel like that you as a company were keeping them safe it's real data. It's real data. The fact that you would not attract 20% of the current workforce, that's a round number, because of a view that the company may be portraying as a result of political kind of things that's happening in the world is not acceptable. I mean, obviously it's problematic. So you got to just think about it. And I will say that again, I'll go back to something we talked about earlier. This is evidence of that changing landscape, because as a resilience manager, as a resilience officer in the company, so to speak, this is new territory. There's a lot of this is just new territory. Let's put it that way. And the evolution of your ability and what you need to be thinking about is clearly jumped over a line that takes you into that sort of strategic C-suite kind of thing.
So Lynn, here's a follow-up question. How are you, because all of you guys have a lot of expertise in technology, how are you seeing potential customers maybe utilizing technology differently to address some of these issues that we've talked about?
So, one of the things that customers are looking at from a technology perspective, forward thinking is, and I go back to kind of the cyber approach, is how are they protecting, what technology are they using to protect that data? Are they using technology like air gapping, immutable copies, intelligence? How are they scanning data today to ensure that they can protect that data if, God forbid, something happens? So in my conversations with customers, they are definitely looking at forward-thinking approaches to protecting what's critical to their business. Because they have to understand that they can't protect the entire landscape of their environment. If we're talking about a ransomware attack, for an example, They have to identify what's critical to their business, critical what means their minimal viable company, or what we refer to as crown jewels, and the technology that could help them protect those critical business services and data. I just want to take a step back for a moment when you talked about the political, views in this country and some of the laws that are going on. And I'll add something additional to that, is that, in my conversation with customers, this country, obviously we're on the verge of a recession. There's supply chain challenges in our environment today, and that's definitely impacting how organizations look at, what they want to implement as a technology perspective, because a lot of times when we're in a form of a recession, IT budgets are being moved, they're being switched, they're being moved to different parts of the organization, and supply chain challenges impact implementations. When customers want to implement technology solutions in their environment, these supply chain challenges are really impacting technology and implementing those services for customers. So I just wanted to kind of add that.
Yeah.
I guess I'd like to add a little bit to this one too, is that from a technology point of view, I'm going to go a little bit of a different direction here than Lynn did, but obviously you guys have heard from, and I'm going to speak on maybe a little bit behalf of on Ann, but there are certainly vendor solutions out there that can help you and see threat opportunities both in the landscape and in the on Twitter and all other communication factors, scanning and looking at those things. And so I see companies using that kind of technology to communicate more to their employees. Tell them more about, we don't quite have a crisis yet, but there's a situation going on in a particular area. We want you to be informed. We want to tell you that it's happening, and if it escalates, and open up a channel of communication back with that event. Same thing with other geopolitical kind of activities, things that are coming out, on or before things coming out of a court type activity, and communicating those to the employees. So that I realize this is a little bit basic, but the concept of someone focused on understanding those kinds of threats and making that be a part of your program to keep your employees aware, and your customers for that matter, but your employees aware. And it comes out in many ways that the importance of just taking responsibility for doing that, taking the responsibility for helping communicate. I think again a word I heard was care, duty of care. How far does that extend? What are you responsible for? I'd challenge you to think about your employees want you to take that, as far as reasonable, honestly.
Okay. So, go ahead. A comment on it. We'll get back to you in a minute. So you
We'll
can
get
just
back
sit
to
right
you in a
there.
minute.
So, thanks for the plug. And really what it comes down to is that things are happening at such a fast pace in today's world. And that's probably something I should have said about resilience at the very beginning. What I saw 30 years ago and how things happen now, it's just a magnitude of difference. So things become very important to you, that you get the speed to acknowledge and know something before it surprises you. So speed is extremely important when you think about how technology is going to help you. And that can be any component of technology you use. And it has to be relevant to what you're trying to do in your program. And it has to be relevant across your organization. Lynn's point of that closer binding of security, be it cyber or physical security, and what we do with resilience in our business continuity program, it's all thinking about both speed to get to information and knowledge and relevance to what you need to be concerned about, and then how are you going to use it? What is it going to do to help you run your program? Because if you're overwhelmed with just getting a constant barrage of things that aren't really, I can't worry about it, all of a sudden something would slip by you that's really important. And I think that's a key message when you think about the emerging technology that is just going to continue to come in at an amazing pace, that you have to stop and think about how it's going to help you in this changing and dynamically producing risk world that you live in.
So I'm going to steal some words. So you just shared about how rapidly things are happening within the resilient space, and then we're coming off of 2+ years of COVID. I meet so many people more frequently that are, and this actually lends itself to a question that is in the chat. What would you suggest for burnout is the question. And I meet so many emergency management, continuity, or crisis management practitioners, especially over the past 2.5 years, that are just tired and they're done. They're done. I have nothing left to give. No more plans, no more meetings. No, I'm done. I met a former FBI agent and she said, you know what I do now? I sell coffee. She said, I don't want anything that makes me think. I just want to sell coffee and have a great time. I've spent 25+ years being serious. So that's a question, right? Is what recommendations, what comments can you share about how to manage burnout?
So I'll jump in on this one because we deal with it every day just inside our organization, right? Because just the nature of the industry primarily that we serve, everything is happening, right?
And everybody wants to answer right now.
Our employees we've really struggled starting in through COVID because all of a sudden the boundaries of where does my work day begin or where does it end and where do I move to personal time has just blurred tremendously. And we've done everything that we can think of to try to help that burnout in some way. So it's kind of interesting. We could go on and on about programs, but our latest is we have Quiet Fridays. And on Quiet Friday, it's not like take the day off, but the day is no internal meetings on Quiet Friday. We have to deal with customer, support has to obviously interact, and customers different, but no internal meetings on Fridays. And it's a time to catch up, catch a breath, and feel like, all right, all those things are piling up on me. I have that mental rest period to work on it at my pace with little or no interruption. Most cases, little or no interruption. But I mean, we've done other things as well, like in the middle of the day offering a cooking class for an hour. You get a break from your day and attend a Zoom meeting to learn how to cook something healthy. So it's just some things, just giving people the acknowledgement that they need that break, I think is the key message.
I'd add a little bit there to what Ann described. And very similarly, in Fusion we have a Friday, we call it Summer Friday, and then we have a quiet. So Summer Friday for us, the afternoon is essentially shut down. Still have to deal with customers, if you will, and take care of those obligations. But so that has really helped. A couple other things that, so Ann mentioned the cooking class. There is a lot of opportunity, and there's several quiz things that the teams do. One that happens weekly, and the concept of a cooking class. It's really encouraged to kind of get the team to get together and unwind like that. And I have to admit, it comes from the executive team just supporting the efforts and supporting the activity. I have obviously working relationship with our executive and our board, and quite frankly have had the opportunity to say to them, I'm not going to be able to do that because of burnout, I mean, personally, right? Say, I can't come to that one. I've already obligated to be off, and it's okay. The concept of doing that to the board, if the board asks you to be somewhere, there's a culture associated, in my opinion, with me being able to say, I've got that scheduled off. And in 10 years ago, 5 years ago probably, I would have not said that. I'd have said, I'll be there, and change my plans. So again, it's just it's an important factor, and it does come from the way you, if you're a manager, the way you act and function with your team, and the way you're treated as well. So.
Anything to add?
Wow, that's a loaded question. How do you manage burnout? So in sales, there's no cooking classes on Fridays.
Look,
there's,
always be closing.
Always be closing, right? So there's quiet Saturdays and Sundays. To manage burnout, I think it comes down to really a personal decision of how you manage your life and how you manage the balance in your life. As a leader, I've been a leader now out of like 15 of my 30 years, and one of my leadership principles is encouraging the heart. And I don't think leaders today encourage the heart. If you're a manager out there and you're managing people, are you encouraging the heart? Are you encouraging your individuals to have more balance in life? Are you encouraging their people to take vacation time, to take personal time off? As a manager, it's your responsibility to encourage that individual, not only from a skills perspective, but also from a personal perspective, and encouraging the heart and letting those individuals take their vacation time. Not to work through their vacation time, but to take it and ensure that they take it. That's one thing I do to my team, as I encourage them to take their time, personal time, vacation time, and I stay on top of those folks. I encourage them to do that, and it's our responsibility as managers to encourage those people to do that. But it comes down to a personal choice of how you manage your life, how you balance that responsibility of personal versus your work.
Yeah. So at As Follows, we're an 8-year startup, and a part of our challenges is we're building a business internally, but then we're also delivering to customers. So I am dual in a lot of things, but there's 3 things that we've grown to learn to do differently about how to manage burnout. One is no is a complete sentence. I'm not doing it, and I can't do it. Number 2 for us is we are constantly re-looking at what is the priority. So sometimes our priorities change by the day, sometimes by the hour. And our team is really good about, okay, so you just asked me to do something else. So what's the number 1 thing you want me to get done? And let all the energy and the attention focus on that. And we have a customer who they believe that the more they work, the better they are. If they're not working, if they're not doing, then they're not doing a good job. And so what I challenged one of them to say was, how can you not do so that you can think? Because I can't think if I'm doing. I just can't. Right. And I agree with you, Lynn, like we have to separate that time to say, I just need time to think and do absolutely nothing. That's why I'm going to the lazy pool.
Lazy
Well,
risk.
it's interesting too, because when you sit down with your staff one-on-one, do you ever ask the question of, how are you doing today? How are you doing today? We always get into these meetings with our employees, behind closed doors, and it's always focused on the job, which is important, but the question is, how are you feeling today? How are you doing today? And start to have that conversation with your people, because then you can understand what's going on in their lives.
Yeah, I would say, Lynn, the thing that I kind of laugh at myself sometimes for doing it is that, there was the original tendency to say, oh, good morning, Vanessa, how are you? And you would go, great, and I'd go, good, okay, bye. And off we go, right? And how quickly can I just pass by your doorway and keep going to where I'm going? And the sincerity of that was totally lost, obviously. And now when you're dealing with a totally different remote hybrid workforce, it is important and to convince people to look and recognize burnout in your team. And I've learned each of them has their own individual way in which I can tell they've reached the edge, yep. Right? But you got to watch for it. And then when you ask, how are you? They go, I'm okay. And I'm like, are you sure? And why just okay? And asking that and drilling down. So when I do one-on-one, sometimes 15, 20 minutes is spent just on letting them release and tell you everything, and then say, well, we can solve that. We can prioritize. I didn't mean that you should do all 5 things and have them done today. So you've got to recognize that in every interaction. When you don't even manage the people, but you're asking your business functions to coordinate with you and push, you still need to be aware of that and learn how to kind of gently bring them into whatever task you want them to do.
Yeah. So as we transition, I'm going to pull from David's words. So we talked a little bit about the evolving risk horizon, and David made a comment that We're seeing things that we just haven't seen before. We're experiencing things that we haven't experienced before. And so in thinking about all of the different risks that are happening and that organizations are concerned or worry about, what are the skills that you think we need as practitioners in order to meet organizations where they are in their resilience journey?
Okay.
Start.
Thank you. So, I hate to sound like I'm repeating myself a little bit, but the ability to actually talk and communicate and interface and willingness, if you will, it maybe is part of it, but your ability to communicate with the executive team and have the conversations that we're talking about earlier, that's one skill set I'd put out there. I won't, and I would reinforce the fact that all of you have it. Some of you may not want to do it. You do actually have it, and you have but the importance of all this is really understanding the kind of information and the way in which you want to communicate with that team. You certainly could go into a lot of discussion about they want to hear from the strategic perspective. And so it's an art and a skill to learn how to talk about what's going on, quite frankly, from the top-down kind of view. And I'll have to say that the event that we did earlier, Vanessa was involved, obviously. James and Vanessa had good fun between Gen X and Gen Z, kind of conversations, and it is and from I was in the audience, obviously, and from my perspective, it was obvious that there was, for some of the team here, there was a gap between the operational view of your resilience responsibility and the strategic view of that relationship. I almost heard a wall that people had, and even the thinking of, well, I wouldn't do one of these micros with my executives because that's not my job, and I'm saying that bluntly. But to me, that's a skill.
Yep.
That's a critical skill for you to think about, because the fact is, doing one of those micros, quite frankly, would be an excellent opportunity to just go find out what the answer might be, right? Some of us didn't know what the answer was. Some of us didn't know how to, but just having one of them and see if they tell you, don't call me. Maybe they will tell you that. Well, then you know, right? Then you know. But I think that's probably the main thing, and I mixed all up in there. Again, the idea of talking to the executive C-suite, but I want to be clear that that's one part of it. The other part of it I mentioned is your ability to talk from what's important to your customers, what's important to your company. I'm going to use the word services, but what's important to them, and talk in that nomenclature when you're talking to the executive suite, not how it's all delivered and what buildings are impacted. That's not strategic view of what the business is doing. So anyway, I belabored that a bit, but I think there's lots of more we could go down and talk about. I'll leave some from my colleagues here.
What skills?
So a little while ago, I talked about a leadership skill about encouraging the heart. So another leadership skill, and you don't have to have a manager title or a VP title to be a leader. We're all leaders, and we should all think of being leaders. But one of the leadership skills that I try to encourage my team is challenge the process. And what do I mean about that? So in organizations, we all have processes. In sales, we have processes. In operations, there's processes. And I've always tried to challenge my people about challenge the process. Don't be afraid to challenge the process, but do it with fact-based information. Make sure that if you're going to challenge a process with an executive or the C-suite or whatever it may be within your own organization, make sure you're doing it in a fact-based discussion. Make sure you have the facts to ensure that you're challenging the process, because we have to challenge the process. We have to. That's our mantras. We always have to challenge the process internally, because we don't always agree on the processes. We may view things differently. So I think that's a critical skill from a leader, is always be able to challenge the process.
I would add one thing to that, Lynn, and that is that they don't care, they being everyone in the organization, they don't care what our process is. We don't need to tell them about, we're going to do a BIA, and then we're going to do a plan and an exercise. They really are looking for you to ask questions and help them to understand more about the resiliency of the organizations. And I think this shift in culture to, whether you realize it or not, an organization thinking of how they structure to be resilient, it takes us and our skills to a different place, because it's different than the methodology we use. It's the thought process we've learned to use and leverage. I think probably one of the most fortunate things for me before I ever joined Comdisco and came into this world of business continuity and resilience and all the different names was that I was trained in business process reengineering. And to look at something and be able to see where there are gaps, where there are problems in the resiliency that people haven't stopped to think. We are good at looking back at that, and we should be. And that was probably the best, like 2-week, well, actually it's a bit longer than that, intense exercise we went through in business process reengineering to learn that and be able to apply it today and every day, and how we recognize and become a really valuable person in our organizations because we step back and look at it holistically.
Yeah, I have to admit, I love Ann's answer, and I have to admit I probably take the concept a little bit for granted, and I say that in a way that it's sort of the way my DNA works, is that I always want to understand how something works, literally, end to end, and so, because from my perspective as a kind of a closet techno geek, is if I don't understand how it works, I can't put it back together. And so I'm translating Ann's comments about process. I think that the need for that and the need for that skill is been there. It's been evolving, and the need for you as a practitioner to not just ask what are the 5 things that you need to do, in the BIA conversation, what are the 5 or 10 things you need for the process, what applications does it use, that mechanics, while useful, is not useful if you're not absorbing how the business works in the and questioning. When you put, you should, quite frankly, the skill of asking those questions of how it works, how the processes work, and then look at it and say, this doesn't look right. And if doing a really good job at that, you'll know more about the company than the people in the company, and that's that skill. So thank you.
I've heard the skills: communicate with executives, encourage the heart, challenge the process, ask questions. I love asking questions because I have learned that the more questions that you ask to understand who you're there to serve, the more you know what's on the menu, right? So when you walk into a restaurant, there's a menu. So they make it easy on you. The more questions we ask, we know what's on the executive's menu. But if we're not asking, or if we're telling and not asking, then we don't know what's on the menu. The other one that I would offer, and it's not a skill, but it's more so of a training. I believe that practitioners need business development training, because it teaches us how to communicate, it teaches us how to ask questions, it teaches us how to listen. And for those of you who might be in sales or you have a background in sales, the skill set of a salesperson is to be able to be quiet and listen and ask the right questions. And I often find that many practitioners don't feel like they're responsible for sales. I disagree with that. I know folks who I shared this on the Sunday workshop. I have a friend who works at General Motors, and he is the head of supplier diversity. And he said, do you know that everybody at General Motors is required to know how to sell a GM?
True. Right?
Good, yeah.
It makes sense.
It's
when
the
you
product.
Never stop to think about it.
So we have a question in the audience, and this is specific to skills. Before we transition, what are the top 2 skills that this audience should be looking for in the next generation of practitioners? So whether it's the millennial or Gen Z, are there any skills that are different than what we just talked about?
I'll jump in on that because it's been true, and what a great experience I had hiring in an initiative in a past company, and a decision to specifically go target new either masters or just undergrad candidates as they're coming out of school and mass hire them in. They think so differently than we do, and they're going to challenge. They're going to challenge the process, and they're going to find a way to see it differently than we do. And so what I want is someone who, maybe with a bit of respect, right, who will engage and bring new concepts in. But I can look back and see that as a milestone time that we changed what we did and how we did it because of the fact we brought in people with different skills, which are very much, they're not afraid of using any and every piece of technology you can put in front of them, right? So, and they're going to go find tools that they use, they bring to just a simple, piece of free software or whatever, but it allows you to prepare or articulate your message better. Recent experience we had internally with our group is that we had someone new come into our one of our back-end processes where they're providing internal systems to us. And he used gamification and put us in a bi-weekly sprint that we sit in as an executive. And we go through, you get so many points. How are you going to use your points? Oh, I'm going to use them here, here, and here, right? And we all walked away from that and supposed to saying, well, you got a priority and I didn't. We all felt like that was like great. So look for those skills where they're going to challenge and don't force them into a box when you bring them in. And let them look to solve. So you're looking for good problem-solving skills as well.
I think I'll echo a little bit of Ann, but let me tilt it a sense in this audience. So sort of the question, right, is from my perspective that business purview that Vanessa described, learning and focusing on the skill of how do you do the business planning and communicate with executives, kind of echoing that. But that's one skill that I think is really critical. The other one is, again, another soft skill, but the skill of basically asking, being willing to, and learning how to ask questions that is going to, again, create your knowledge of the business and how it works, and not, this is a soft skill, I see it, and not as a interpersonal trait. Some of us come to this as being influenced by our interpersonal traits, but that concept of actually having a consultative, interactive conversation, asking the questions, and you can be taught that. You can learn that skill, and that creates that knowledge that we're talking about here. That gives you that opportunity to know that end to end.
I would just, from a skill set, I would just say that, I talked about this earlier. DR and cyber are kind of, separate, and I think, we talk about business continuity management, but the skill set going forward may be on the cyber side, cyber recovery management, cyber program management, because those are going to be different in the way organizations look at DR versus cyber, because those processes and program approaches may be a little bit different than the traditional DR. So skill sets that are to the right, cyber, because from a sales perspective, I look at folks that are cyber knowledgeable, because I'm going to have those conversations with customers. It's going to happen. And my folks have to be knowledgeable and can articulate and build trust from a cyber perspective, because they have the DR knowledge, but they don't have the cyber knowledge, because it's a totally different conversation.
Absolutely. So on our prep call, we talked about this terminology, the concept of culture. And Lynn, I'll start with you. How does company culture tie into the evolution of resilience?
To me?
Yes.
Oh.
Or you can, or you can defer.
I'm not going to defer. Got to phone a friend?
Phone a friend.
I've always been big on culture. I think culture is extremely important within organizations. I think culture starts at the top, and culture's got to be driven down from the C-level down. That's the only way it's going to work within an organization to drive culture. I will say, and I'll keep going back to the cyber because it's so heightened. So 35% of cyber attacks happen from bad actors internal to an organization. Bad actors could be malicious, could be disgruntled, but bad actors could be being that they don't understand or they were never trained on what to look for internally before you click on a link. So that's part of culture. That's part of training. So I think culture is driven down from the C-levels all the way down to the organization. If it's not driven down from the C-levels down, things will break, in my opinion.
I think, just to add on here, the concept here of how important culture is, I guess I'll back up and say that I'm really pleased and proud to be a part of a company that has embraced the values and the ideas of culture, quite frankly, more than any other company I've been a part of through my career life. And let's just say I've been through a few. And the evidence is really interesting for me because, so I'll give you a couple of examples, is that the concept and the culture of resilience and the concept that the employees and the whole organization has the opportunity to be a part of that resilience, focused on being sure you're delivering what you're supposed to deliver to your clients. That's the goal. And everyone in the company knowing that, it, again, as Lynn said, comes from the top, but it changes the evolution of how your company is looking at it. And so I'd encourage you to drive that kind of culture view. It makes a huge difference in resilience in a company is really a culture event in my view. It's not a destination. It's not a thing. It's not a list you can do. It's a continuous activity that is always changing and always evolving. I'll tilt it the other way, is that from a people perspective, again, I'm using Fusion as an example. We have a culture program that includes dozens of different, internal organizations and teams to talk about and communicate with each other and share with each other, and so there's a culture of encouraging those kind of different opinion conversations all across the board, and recognizing the need for everyone to work together and work things out together. But the culture creates the ability that something really bad happens, it gets elevated right to the top, communicated to everyone, and a conversation starts happening. Just a conversation, and action, comes out of those kind of conversations. But it's huge. It's huge. So from experience, I think again focusing on how to drive that is really important to your program.
And I would add one thing, Vanessa, to the comments, that I think it definitely is driven from the top execs down, but it has to be absorbed and communicated all the way down. It can break, where I've seen is it breaks in the lower management levels at times, because in the intensity of a moment, you speak incorrectly or more dictatorial or whatever, and it totally erases all the work you're trying to do to build a culture and a communication. So one of the things, and we really work hard trying to explain to people the tone of your email or even your chat message that you're delivering is so very important, and finding and watching even your team leaders, whether they're management or not, they own culture. And that's something we've been really trying to drive internally for the last 5 years, really, that focused on making sure we all have our guiding principles that we follow, our core values that we live by, and then being able to recognize people for doing that. So I'll put a pitch in for a piece of technology that we use. We use a product called Kudos. And everybody in the company gets an allocation of points in Kudos every month to give away. And anytime someone does something that you appreciate or is nice, it's like Kudos. I got Kudo points because I helped someone get the filter in the coffee maker fixed one morning, right? And it's just like, oh, that was great. And but to reward people for special efforts, to enforce the positive actions that you want them to, but it's peer-to-peer. And I think those kind of things are what you want to look for to build that culture you're looking for.
If I could, I want to make one other comment here is that from a business perspective, it shows up quickly. And, we've hired, as a company, we've hired quite a number of employees, more than, I don't want to state numbers, but it's a lot of employees. And over the last 18 months, while the pool of candidates was less, we have not had trouble finding employees. And I think that's a statement. It is not, I'm not saying I think, it is a statement of perspective of culture. Inverse on that is departures of people. We've certainly lost some folks, but it's in a range that we're really close and within a range we're targeting to keep up with, And again, it's the inverse of, it's very evident based on exit interviews, it's very evident based on that it makes a difference. These things make a difference in your workforce and longevity, and quite frankly, it didn't as much in the past. Yeah. That has evolved significantly.
So we have a couple of questions in the Cvent app and a few minutes left, so definitely if there's any remaining questions, please feel free to ask now. So as we are on the topic of culture, I have a question about diversity. So I often hear people talk about the evolution of diversity in the resilience profession. And I've heard so many stories, clearly pre-Vanessa's age time, that this industry has evolved from majority men to then it increased to a lot of women, and now we're seeing an increase in ethnic cultures, gender diversity, diversity of thought, etc. When I also think about some of the political things that we've talked about today that's happening across the world, there's a lot of things that are happening where I now feel like corporations and businesses have to be the adult in the room because government is not. So what is next from your perspective for diversity and inclusion to really move companies and businesses to the next level, and so that we can really experience this concept of true operational resilience? Like, what do we have to do next, and specifically within this profession?
I'll start.
I know it's an easy question, right?
Yeah.
No, that's a hard one. I'll start because I think it goes back. I made the comment about the polarization that happens. And we can't in our organizations allow that to exist. We need to address and educate. And one of the things that we've been doing is when we first let our employees tell us, here are a list of DEI initiatives or work groups we want to put together, this type of diversity, that type of diversity, and you pick which one. And it even goes down to groups that have responsibility for caring for, aging adults, all kinds of diverse groups that you can volunteer in, whether you have that issue now or you just want to know, and have those open working conversations. And I thought it was good when one of our employees said, well, I'm not really comfortable having that discussion, with someone in my team. And I'm like, great, you need to be in that group. And so we learned to do that and hear diverse perspectives of things and realize that we all have the most wonderful minds in the world to apply to anything we want to do in our company or organization. But it's done through drilling down and letting them, not just saying we're running a DEI program and this is our, initiative of the month or whatever, but it's getting down to the participation and engagement of the individuals.
Yeah, I'll echo Ann, honestly, is that we're doing something very similar. at Fusion. And I go back again to this concept of culture and the net result in quite frankly, both the employee happiness as well as keeping them and being able to hire them. But the DEI initiatives, very similar, the driving those. I see that as something that if it's not happening in your company, as a resilience person, you should inquire and drive and help push that kind of initiative to occur because of, again, the impact not only on the people, and it's the right thing to do. There's a business impact here we're talking about, and I'm experiencing the same kind of programs that Ann described. Just really fun stuff, and I'll get an opportunity to. I've probably had half a dozen opportunities in Fusion to go speak to a different group. That when I got the phone call, I was not comfortable, it didn't feel right while I was getting invited to that particular group. And I'm saying this personally, right, kind of internally, but the culture allowed for them, they know me as a person, and culture allowed for us to say, would you come to the group and talk to us about your perspective? We talked about your perspective and the idea of sharing that data. So that's really powerful.
I echo what Ann and David said. I'm at Kyndryl. I'm proud to be part of Kyndryl because they have many diverse programs. And, I think it's all about communication and being open to the employees of a company. And so that's all I'll add.
Awesome. So one thing I would say is the next time we need some diverse, we don't need 30-year people up here, right?
Diversity of thought,
look. Thanks for being up here, Vanessa. So, we definitely have an average tenure, a little bit not diverse here.
Well, you said it, not me.
I resemble that remark.
I obviously, yeah.
All right, so last question is going back to what we often hear, and that is, how do we work with leadership, how do we build relationships, et cetera. So in thinking about leadership and how you all build relationships, seek buy-in, and strengthen engagement, Lynn, I'll start with you. Have you noticed a difference between how you work with executives based on the size of the business? So for example, if you're working with a small business that might have less than 100 people versus a middle market that might have 5,000 employees, versus a big company that might have 200,000 employees. As you build that relationship and work with that executive leadership team, do you notice a difference for how you do that?
From a sales lens, it doesn't matter from a sales perspective, because as a service provider, providing services to companies like you or trying to win business, my job is to build trust. That's my job. It doesn't matter how big the company is. My job as a service provider is to build trust. And how I do that is by meeting expectations, exceeding expectations, being transparent, being honest and open, setting the right expectations. So it doesn't matter to me. My job is to build trust with an organization.
Yeah. Anybody else have any?
I'll add real briefly that, to the concept of really the difference and I'm going to use the word demographic, so bear with me when I said that, right? But you said size, you said, and I say it's all of those. It's the size, it's the business that they're in, it's the industry that they're in, it's quite frankly, the problem they're trying to solve, so I find it important when we're trying to help them with sort of a resilience we've mentioned it already, a culture of resilience. We got to start from what is it helps me to know what their starting point is and what problem they're trying to solve. Absolutely. So in that case, just kind of understanding that is helpful and asking questions to try to get that knowledge.
So when I listened to Lynn, I was like, no, I would say that I see a big difference within the actual comment that Lynn made about building trust is true for all of them. Yeah. But large organizations versus medium versus small, new startup kind of things, I think work entirely different at the executive level. And you need to understand, I need to understand and talk about things differently. So it's very seldom that I'm going to be presenting to the board of General Motors or, you know, a big organization. But talking with CEOs and small businesses and helping them with what's appropriate for the culture they're trying to build, it's really a lot of fun to be in those early ones, so you really have a broader impact than you do when you're working in very, very large organizations, because they tend to be very process-driven, very, in a way, silos of where you can get to and can't.
Awesome. So last question before we wrap up. As you think about what's coming next, and I've heard a lot of seasoned professionals say, I've been in the industry for 25 years. I want to know what's next. I want to know the how. What is your, and I'll start with you, Ann.
Ooh.
What, I know, right? What's the one recommendation that you have for the seasoned professional that wants to know what is the next thing that I should be focused on?
I think the major thing would be developing risk and building direct relationships within the cyber and physical security to align what you're doing with business continuity, because it's going to be very important that those are all tightly collaborated. They don't have to be structured together, but they have to work together.
Yeah, I would say that that's the key. Those are the key points. The concepts of actually not thinking in a silo, and including and being sure that you're including and driving risk-based principles with your, because it's coming, it's hitting. The concept of taking those and doing the mitigation that you need to require for those risk-based principles, including, of course, third and fourth party kind of risks that you associated with your vendor channel. So that is, I mean, I'm talking really extending that thought process and that skill process. We talked about a lot of cultural things, but those would be the additional.
Okay. One recommendation?
I'll just say it's not if, but when you'll be breached. So I think really enhancing skills around the cyber approach and really understanding a cyber program for your organization, I think that's the most important thing that's coming forward, is really
Awesome.
from a cyber perspective.
Okay, awesome. Well, there you have it. That wraps up our town hall panel. Let's give a warm welcome or warm applause for this lovely panel.
Thank you.
All right, so I know this person is going to be upset with me, but can everybody turn to the back and just give a hand clap for Bob Arnold and the DRJ team? So as we wrap up this conference, I wanted to share something. I met Disaster Recovery Journal when I was working for Lowe's Corporate and I was volunteering for CPAC. And I had no idea what DRJ was. I had no idea who Bob was, and that was my first introduction. And over 4 or 5+ year time, I was able to learn more about the organization, have conversations with Bob. I remember the first time I called Bob, I was so nervous. I was like, oh God, he's a CEO. Like, I wonder what he's gonna say. But what I wanted to share is that this is my 4th time, I believe, attending a conference for DRJ Fall. And the relationships and the people and the friendships here are incredible. And I just I've heard so many people say, hey, I'm new here, it's my first conference, or, you know, hey, I haven't been back in 5 years or so. This really is a group of people and a great community to build relationships with. And I just want to say that I appreciate every single one of you. So thank you guys. So as we close out, this panel, they all have flights to catch, so they're like, get out of here. Like I mentioned, the call for papers for spring is already open. We want more speakers, so please go ahead and apply. Use the CVent app to give us feedback on today's session. And for nothing else, we will see you in 2023 in Orlando. Safe travels, everybody. Great job. Thank you.
Good seeing you.